Meeting, we should start. Welcome to the Regional Transportation Commission. Can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Jensen?
Here.
Commissioner Keeley? Commissioner Clark?
Here.
Commissioner Montesino?
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Alternate Schifrin?
Here.
Commissioner DeSerpa? She's not here yet. Commissioner Koenig? Here. Commissioner Martinez?
Present.
And we have remote Commissioner Quitos Carter using the regular Brown Act.
Here.
Commissioner Leonor?
Here.
And Commissioner Hill?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. With that, we're going to, do we have any considerations for AB 2249, just cause and emergency?
We have Commissioner Quitos Carter, who is remote and is using the regular Brown Act. Her address is on the agenda that was posted to the website. We are also expecting that Commissioner Rebecca Downey will be joining us soon, and she will be requesting AB 2449 for a just cause. So I will let you know when she's on.
Thank you. And so we'll have to make a roll call for each items, I assume. So, thank you. Correct. Any additions or deletions?
There were several additional pages posted to the RTC website. We have replacement pages for item 6C, 10, and 18. We have handouts for items 14, 18, 19, 20, and 21, and those were posted to the website.
Thank you. So this is an opportunity for the community for oral communications from the public. Anybody having comments that are not related to the agenda items, please?
Hi, Brian Peoples with Trail Now. Supervisor Bruce McPherson asked 3 years ago for the RTC to ask the Coastal Commission prior to the rail study. And when we see the actions of the Coastal Commission not allowing mitigation being done in Manresa, not allowing the North Coast Trail being built, we see king tides, it's pretty evident that the Coastal Commission is going to be very restrictive to any new train. And the idea that we went and spent $9 million on a train study and didn't ask the Coastal Commission, what do you think? That's a major flaw. It's like building a house and not asking the county, can I build that house? So I just want to make sure that it's understood how bad of a decision that was not having the Coastal Commission input.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments not related to the agenda items?
Good morning, Jesus Bujorquez from Community Bridges. For many years, Community Bridges commitment has been to...
Can you speak into the mic closer? We can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. For many years, the commitment for Community Bridges has been to provide reliable transportation for seniors and people with disabilities in Santa Cruz County. Lifeline has been the link that provide these services for many decades. This year, we missed the deadline for the consolidated grant program. That's something we take full responsibility, and we want to apologize to everyone that is dependable for the Lifeline services. Even though this is going to be a huge gap on funding, we make the necessary arrangements for this not to affect the services. So I just want to
thank you.
To tell everyone that all services are going to remain the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Welcome to Watsonville. I'm sure we'll get a traffic report out of one of you, I hope. What was going on the other side of the road and how it impacts the community. I want you to remember that when we bought the branch line, when I say we, It was we, as a partnership many years ago. The intent of that was to provide passenger rail. So that's still a great goal, and I hope that you'll continue to support that. My name is Lowell Hurst. I'm former mayor of this community, a longtime teacher in the Pajaro system, former Peace Corps volunteer, and I've traveled all over the world and rode in ox carts and the back of camels and elephants and walked along a lot of long trails. So good luck to you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Seeing none, do we have anybody online?
We currently have 3 hands raised. We'll start with Mary Edmond.
Yes, I'm sorry, the login must be incorrect. My name is David Dean. I'm a resident of Live Oak. I wanted the commission to know that I recently learned that the CTC had an issue with TAMSI, the Monterey County's transportation agency, ripping out the rails on the branch line that they bought with Prop 116 funds, just like we bought our branch line with 116 funds. They had to have that land reappraised, and they had to work out a deal with CTC to use that for another Prop 116 eligible project. We don't have any other Prop 116 eligible projects. Making the mistake of ripping out the rails would be detrimental to our transportation plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brett Garrett.
Good morning. I am Brett Garrett with Santa Cruz PRT. Personal rapid transit is an excellent transportation system with very low operating expenses, so low that the system is potentially viable without subsidies. I want to let you know we've been in touch with a personal rapid transit consultant who has many contacts within the PRT industry, including investors who want to provide funding for this kind of transportation. This consultant has offered to do a vendor-agnostic transportation analysis and feasibility study for Santa Cruz County for well under $1 million to help determine the best kind of system that meets the needs of our community and of potential investors. So please, as you consider discussing a possible $4.3 billion Zeppert project, I urge you to seriously consider also financially sustainable alternatives such as personal rapid transit. The first step is a pittance, and it could produce a really good system at very low cost to the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Saint.
Good morning, Chair Montesino, Commissioners. Michael Saint, Aptos resident and Santa Cruz PRT member. We as a community and the RTC as our representatives have come to a transportation crossroad. The decision you make today and in the near future will decide what kind of transportation system we will provide for our children, grandchildren, and beyond. This RTC has the burden of making the decision to continue the status quo of highway widening and support of a train, which is very expensive, both which provide very little relief of congestion, and the latter being incredibly costly. The other option is to make a paradigm shift, in other words, a new approach to our transportation system. It is possible to shift our priorities and funding to a robust transit system that actually has the ability to reduce congestion, thus eliminating the future need of highway widening and an expensive train that doesn't make the market any better. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no other speakers, but you do have Commissioner Downing that has joined the meeting, and she does have a request for AB 2449. Commissioner Downing, would you like to make your request?
Yes, I would like to do a just cause today due to caregiving responsibilities.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us. With that, I'm going to close that up and go on to consent agenda. Anybody have any questions on consent agenda? Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'd just like to make a few comments on number 8. I'd like to thank the RTC staff, the Technical Advisory Committee members, and community residents who provided input on the Rural Highway Safety Plan during the stakeholder engagement period this spring and this summer. I especially want to thank those who participated in the 2 workshops held in Felton this past April and May, and I want to encourage additional community input by the upcoming November 21st deadline on proposed enhancements to the priority project areas outlined in the report. In my district, there are sections of Highway 9 in both downtown Ben Lomond and downtown Boulder Creek that have each seen crashes resulting in serious injury or death, as well as a hairpin turn on Highway 9 near Waterman Gap, south of intersection with Highway 236. I am really grateful that we have mechanisms through Caltrans this Caltrans planning grant to identify and document the safety needs at these sites in the San Lorenzo Valley, as well as 7 other sites identified in North and South County, so that we are competitive for federal grants to implement these improvements. But because our residents are the ones who drive, walk, or ride bikes through these sites on a regular basis, it's really important that they take a close look at these proposed improvements. So I hope they'll continue to give input prior to November 21st. I also believe that there'll be an opportunity to do that at the District 5 State of the Roads Town Hall that I'm hosting on November 13th, so residents can provide input in person on that date. So I look forward to the final Rural Highway Safety Plan that will come before the Commission next year, and thank you so much for everybody's input.
Thank you. Anybody have any comments or questions online from commissioners? No? So public comment. Go ahead.
Brian Peoples with comment on the bike committee. Some of the members of the bike committee had recommended diverting $5 million of bike funded program to the train, and we oppose that, and we actually find that very crazy that a bike committee member would be diverting funding away from bike program to a train program for more studies. And we specifically have reached out to the city of Capitola to say that your representatives on the bike committee should not be representatives on the bike committee when they're part of the Friends of Rails and Trolleys, the Ford organization that puts the train over bike active transportation. So we find that very, very disturbing that this overall organization would have a bike committee that doesn't have the focus of active transportation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Montesino and Commissioners. My name is Matt
Can you speak
Farrell.
to the mic, please?
Good morning, Chair Montesino and Commissioners. My name is Matt Farrell, and I'm a member of the Bicycle Advisory Committee. And I would point to the fact that the zero-emission passenger rail and trail study also includes analysis of segments 13 through 20 for a rail trail, which include bike access on that section of the corridor. To say that this transfer of money didn't address bicycle transportation is a false statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? No? Anybody online?
We don't have any speakers online.
I'll bring it back for appropriate motion from the commission.
I'll move the consent. I'll second.
So it's been moved in second. Can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Keeley?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Montesino?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Commission Alternate Schifrin?
Aye.
Commissioner DeSerpa?
Aye.
Commissioner Koenig?
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Commissioner Downing?
Aye.
Commissioner Kitos Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Leonor?
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. So with that, we're commissioners report, and under commissioners reports, hopefully everyone read that letter. And I just, I'll start with a few brief comments. And, it was very instructive. And thank you, Commissioner Keeley, for putting this on. It was very, I think, enlightening and helpful. To have those conversations with staff and Carl, because like I said, it was an open discussion and it was a real good back and forth. So thank you for your efforts.
Would you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members, thank you very much. Three folks were, Commissioner Koenig and the chair and myself were directed by the commission to sit down with the California Transportation Commission, both members and executive staff, to work through the knotty issue of having the largest active transportation grant the CTC has ever given out, and they gave it out to the second smallest landmass county in the state. And so the CTC and us have a strong interest in holding that active transportation grant together. The challenge that was the focal point of our discussion with the CTC was our costs, like any other project in the state of California, continue to grow with regard to the project, although the project funding doesn't increase. So query, is it possible, for example, to build 3/4 with 100% of the money? Is it possible to get more money? Is it possible to have a somewhat different approach but still get the same outcome with regard to the active transportation grant? Those were the three concepts that were the subject of conversation. Both in the pre-meeting with Commissioner Gardino and in the more lengthy meeting with Commissioner Gardino and senior staff at CTC and our staff and our commissioners, those points were driven home by the CTC. Their fundamental argument was this: we gave out the active transportation grants. You are no different than anybody else. Your concrete costs went up, your labor costs went up, so did everybody else's. You can either figure out how to do this for the money we gave you, or the degree to which you reduce it, we'll take that portion of the money back. If you think there's more money, let us disabuse you of that by explaining the following. There's a cut line for the funding, and you made the cut. There's folks below the cut line who are ready to take your money if you default on delivering. So none of these are going to work. Find a new way to do this. And so that was, I think, the outcome. I would certainly defer to others who were in the meeting. I think that was the sum and substance of the meeting, and we agreed with them that we would then return to our local efforts and find a way to not lose the largest active transportation grant in the history of the state of California, deliver for the community, as well as keeping faith with the CTC, upon whom we place a lot of hope and aspirations for future grants and relationships to get other work done. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I think that's a great synopsis of the conversation. But like I said, it was a good conversation, a good back and forth. And, I wouldn't be able to add anything else except for the timetable that we got to process, right. But that's about it. Any other commissioners report? Anybody in line?
No.
No. Public comment.
Yeah, Brian, people on the trail now. I guess we get to say, told you so. We told you that what the CTC would say, and they'd also said that the interim trail would work. I think what's more important to understand is Guy Preston actually told you that it wasn't affordable at that time. The ultimate trail wasn't affordable, so it's not an inflationary thing. That's false communications, not an inflationary thing. It was always well known by Guy Preston that the ultimate trail, segment 8 through 11, was not affordable. And it was wrong that the county and the RTC submitted that application. It was wrong, and our community's hurting from the failed efforts by the city on opening up that corridor, and we're seeing it right now with the businesses failing at Seabright and Harbor. You didn't listen to Guy Preston. He told you. So don't go say that inflationary costs went up.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to Andy and Mayor Keeley for working so hard and so creatively to try to come up with a way to save this, this grant, to save as much as possible of this grant. I wanted to read into the record some notes from meeting with Chief Shannon Simons, the Chief Office of Rail Planning and Implementation at Caltrans. The state goes to bat for us to get federal money as long as we're part of the state rail network. Once that's gone, we don't have access to rail funding. CalSTA funding is through TIRCIP. Intercity Planning and Development was our category. Santa Cruz was the only project accepted to the federal program. It's the only regional rail program that was accepted into the Corridor ID program. That acceptance is contingent on our line being part of the intercity passenger rail system. Covering the tracks puts the TIRCIP money at risk. We might have to pay the state back for the TIRCIP grant we received 2 years ago. We use it to pay HDR for the draft concept plan. So I'll continue to read these notes into the record as we go along. I know there will be other opportunities to speak. It was a...
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Trink Praxel, and I am a resident in Aptos. And I just wanted to ask if this side-by-side comparison that is going to be done could come back to the RTC, and so the public can see it as well before it goes to the CTC. And I'd also like to ask that it be a true comparison of costs, including if there are any costs involved eventually if we do have a rail in the future of taking out what was done and being able to then start from where we are now, then those costs should also be included in this comparison. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, person in chambers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, I want to continue Jessica's comments. She, coming from the CTC rail leadership, covering the tracks puts TIRCIP money at risk. We might have to pay the state back for TIRCIP grant we received 2 years ago. We used it to pay HDR for the draft concept plan. Santa Cruz County applied for pre-construction funding. That successful application was contingent on us being in the Corridor ID program. We would need to give that TIRCIP grant back if we cover the tracks. Corridor ID is for active rail in 10 to 12 years. If we work counter to that, we took the grant in bad faith. When CalSTA does the Corridor ID work, they will revisit the concept plan to find efficiencies and phasing as part of their work. They also will look for ways to make it more fundable. Smart Rail is similar to us in that they own the rail line. That makes it a lot cheaper. And I think I'll be out of town. I'm sure Jessica can send this to you all by mail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, seeing nobody else in chamber, so anybody online? Nope.
Yes, we do have.
Come back well, after online. Go ahead.
Okay. David loves public transit.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So as I understand it, disabling the rail could reduce the project benefits significantly, right? I do recall the grant award ceremony made a lot of mention of how our county heroically refused the Greenway Initiative. Given that North County project is expensive in large part because Capitola has literally chosen not to participate, please look into reprogramming all of our trail efforts to the South County where they actually want it, and don't show up as a scary mob in order to obstruct it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
We have no other speakers.
All right, go ahead. I'm going to come back to chambers. Go ahead.
My name is Saladin Sale. We do not want the tracks removed or covered by a trail. Spending millions on interim or temporary construction while suggesting funds for subsequent removal will be provided is simply not believable. Any course change in the direction of so-called rail banking by any name will quickly run into a wall of opposition from forces both inside and outside this county. Hoping for federal approval of adverse abandonment over the strenuous objections of local rail operators, amplified by thunderous local opposition, is not leadership, it's evasion. The likely outcome of our county will be progress halted, funding lost, and our community torn apart. And we'll still be here, roads more jammed with traffic, still needing a scalable transit alternative. Save the grant and continue building the ultimate trail by either phasing the project or allocating more local funds. Thank you.
I'm going to close that up and bring it back to the commission. See? Go ahead.
I'll just add one quick comment. I do think that Commissioner Keeley did an excellent job of summarizing our meeting, and I also want to thank staff for the great letter doing so. I think one thing that did come through and that I continue to hear repeated, which I just want to disabuse folks of the notion that any of the benefits for this grant were related to rail. They are entirely for active transportation, and CTC staff did make that clear. They did say that it is possible that any changes that we consider to the project could require a major scope change, and that would have to be considered. But when you consider that the closest option that was, I think, discussed at our last meeting that was almost feasible was basically eliminating segment 11 entirely. And staff did some excellent work to show that when you consider segments 10 and 11 as a combined project, it's about 20,000 linear feet of trail. Segment 11 is 13,000 feet of that. So the idea that we could maintain all of the money for the active transportation grant and eliminate more than 50% of the trail we build is, I think, pretty much off the table. Thanks.
Thank you. And I do want to make note that I was forgetting, we recently had a retreat, and I want to apologize to the commission because, due to health reasons, I wasn't able to be there, but I heard their great comments towards it, so thank you. With that, I'm going to move on to item 15 is nominations of the committee to recommend the 2026 chair and vice chair. I'm going to, request that you send me an email if you want to be participate in the committee, and then we'll move forward on that. Yeah. So we'll move on. 16, director's report. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Andy.
I didn't quite understand how that ended up. Who's on this subcommittee?
Oh, just send me an email. Okay. Send me an email so we'll, once I get the email, we'll put the committee together.
Great.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, to add a little bit more context, so every November, the commission nominates a subset of commissioners to discuss and nominate next year's chair and vice chair of the commission. And so this item is basically to, it's like a call for interest, and please coordinate with Commissioner Chair Montesino if you're interested.
Thank you. Public comment.
Ed, I think you and I got involved with the RTC about 15 years ago about the same, right? You and I were right there. So, thank you for all your time that you put in. One of the things when we had the Watsonville team coming up, I was like, oh, this is great. Watsonville's going to start getting more money. And one of the things you discovered from this year is that Santa Cruz has been taking all your money. And they've been telling you that, don't worry, you're going to get money. And they always tell you got future money. But Santa Cruz keeps getting the real money. And they keep telling you, don't worry, you're getting a train. You'll get yours. But you discovered that Santa Cruz is getting 70% of the active transportation money. And you discovered it's not fair. And rightfully so, you've been standing up. So I think it's good that you've done that. And I think it's good that we've all learned how bad Watsonville's been suffering on the financial part of the RTC giving money to Watsonville. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Chief Shannon Simons definitively stated that rail banking or any covering up of the tracks with
Can you
other
stick to the item of
infrastructure
the
would
nomination?
remove.
Can you stick to the item at the nomination?
The nomination.
Yeah,
Is that what we're talking about?
this is what we're talking about.
Okay.
Thank
well,
you.
Thanks, guys, for all of your service.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Are we back? Anybody online?
We do not have any comments online.
All right. We're moving on to director's report.
Good morning, Commissioners. Director Christensen here. I have a PowerPoint for you this morning. Just give a second to pull it up. Okay, good morning. I've got a short director's report for you today, starting with, next slide, the zero emission passenger rail and trail
We can't
project.
see, at least it's not on our screens here. And it's hard to see the screen up there.
Yeah, and we,
Give us
us
a
one
second,
second.
we're working on that right now.
Okay, now it's on
there.
our, well, it's on Fred's anyway. Okay, now we have it.
Okay. We are pleased to announce that the final concept report for the zero emission passenger rail and trail project was released on October 24th for public viewing. Over the last several months, RTC engaged with various advisory committees, agencies and partners, stakeholders, and community members to receive input on the draft project concept report. The full final report incorporates feedback received, documents key understandings and outcomes, and tracks outreach conducted for this current phase of work. To dive deeper into what's changed with the conceptual rail and trail alignment, ridership projections, operations, and more, please read the final project concept report located on the project webpage, sccrtc.org/ZEPRT. And there's a QR code on the screen that will take you there as well. I would also like to add something in the interest of public transparency. Prior to the final concept report's release to the public, there was information put out that one of our community advocacy groups had an early copy of the final report. I would like to assure the community that this information was false. Our team of professionals operate with a very high level of integrity, and we avoid special treatments to community groups. The RTC extends heartfelt appreciation to all of the partners, stakeholders, and community members who contributed to the Zero Emission Passenger Rail and Trail Project concept development. Your participation, ideas, and feedback signifies the strength of our community, one that values innovation, inclusivity, and shared commitment to improving the mobility and quality of life for our region. The final report will be recommended for acceptance by the Commission at next month's RTC meeting. Next slide. An item I'd like to highlight on our consent agenda, which was item 8, was the Rural Highway Safety Plan. We are seeking public input on milestone 2 of the Rural Highway Safety Plan, and this milestone seeks to enhance safety for everyone traveling along Santa Cruz County's 6 undivided rural highways, including Highway 1 north of Santa Cruz, Highways 9, 236, and 35, and Highways 129 and 152 outside the city of Watsonville. The objective of the plan is to identify locations of patterns of crashes to generate and prioritize a suite of implementable countermeasures. Currently, the project team is seeking input on draft safety enhancement concepts and priority project locations. More information can be found in our packet under item 8, the informational staff report on today's consent agenda. You could also visit our website, sccrtc.org/RHSP, or there's a QR code on the screen. And feedback is appreciated prior to November 21st. Next slide. I have another staffing update for you today. I'm pleased to announce Marshall Ballard has joined the RTC as our new supervising transportation planner. Marshall has over 25 years experience in various disciplines of planning with a focus centered on transportation and data science. He previously worked at both Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority and Fear & Peers consulting firm. As an interdisciplinary geographer, transportation planner, data scientist, and certified GIS professional, he has often been at the intersection of implementing advanced data analytics for multimodal transportation planning projects. His contemporary work experience focuses on transportation technologies, climate adaptation and resiliency projects, integrated mobility projects, Vision Zero analysis, and advanced spatial analytics. He has been a Santa Cruz County resident for over 20 years and enjoys participating in various community activities with his family. We're excited to welcome him aboard and look forward to his contributions he'll bring to our team. Please join me in welcoming Marshall. Is he here?
Welcome.
Next slide, please. This is an exciting one. For those of you who have been driving through the area in Aptos, I'm excited to share that the construction on the Mar Vista bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing is fully underway. Recently, the construction crew has been working on drilling cast and drilled hole foundations, which are reinforced concrete piles in the ground to support the heavy overcrossing structure. This work was recently completed on the south side of the freeway and is currently underway on the north side of the freeway. And the next step in the process is to install false work, and the false work is basically a temporary bridge that allows the construction crews to build the permanent bridge on top of it. So that is all going to be going up similar to what you saw for the Chanticleer Bridge, and it's just a really exciting project we wanted to highlight and show you today. And that concludes my director's report. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you didn't have it on these slides, but a question about when the, I want to say not Bay Bridge, Capitola Avenue Bridge is coming online.
Capitola Avenue Bridge is close to completion. So that is a local roadway overcrossing that we demolished and rebuilt a brand new one. It's been closed for about 13 or 14 months now. And we're looking at opening it as soon as it's ready to open, but that looks like it's close to the end of the year, early next year at the latest.
Thank you. Any commissioner questions? None? Anybody online, commissioners?
Give me 1 second here. We have nobody online.
All right. Public comment.
Point out again that the Coastal Commission was not included in the train report. And what's very unusual is Mr. Cummings, or Supervisor Cummings, was the chairman of the Coastal Commission, and he never shows up here. So I would have thought that Andy at least would have pressed upon the staff to reach out to the Coastal Commission, since they've made so many restrictions on work we've tried to do in Manresa and up in Davenport. So people might think that, well, that's just a cost factor. No, it's actually a allowability. Coastal Commission didn't allow us to do the Manresa erosion control. And the trail up in Davenport is temporary. It's a temporary trail. It's not permanent. It's a permit with the Coastal Commission.
Thank you.
So these are comments regarding the Zeppert. Rail Chief of Operations Shannon Simons definitively stated that rail banking or any covering up of the tracks with other infrastructure would remove the Santa Cruz corridor from the corridor ID program, which is only for projects that can be delivered in the next 10 to 12 years. If that happens to our line, she said, we would possibly need to repay our TIRSIP grant, which was used to pay for the concept final report that Ms. Christensen just spoke of, and we would be ineligible to get any more rail grants. She stated that this would not be true if the trail was built close up next to the tracks, although moving the trail later when rail came in would add to the cost of the rail project if the trail had to be moved with rail money. She felt that building the trail close up next to the tracks as a cost savings measure as part of a change of scope was legal and viable, and that would not put our TIRSIP grant money and planning money and corridor ID program at risk.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, commissioners. Thank you for taking this all in.
Thank you. Anybody online?
We don't have any speakers online.
Thank you. So, I'd just like to say thank you to staff for putting that final report earlier, because usually that's what we get comments on. So I just want to thank you, and we're going to move on. Catherine's report.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. I just have, besides our submittal, I have two things of highlight. On November 21st, it's the deadline for the Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Program. If people have submitted drafts for that grant program, our planning staff are reviewing
Can you
those now.
speak closer to the mic? So
Sure.
Yeah.
Our planning staff are reviewing those now, and we'll get back to them shortly. The second one, since we're here in Watsonville, Struve Slough, the construction work has begun on repairing that sidewalk. Took longer than we anticipated. Functional reality of working through a process, getting plans out and advertising. But Granite Rock has started work on that, and we'll be working on it for the next several months into the spring. So that's it for Caltrans.
Thank you. Anybody in the commission have any questions? Oh,
Just a quick comment. That was a long time coming. We needed that sidewalk fix. It's been a hazard for our community, especially for our disabled community that has to walk that piece of that part of the Main Street. So thank you, Caltrans, for being diligent and bringing together this project, because it's been a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner De Serpa.
Thank you. I've had multiple complaints to my office, as well as seeing it with my own eyes, a lot of trash on Highway 1. And is that the responsibility of Caltrans to clean up trash? I mean, like, there's a lot.
Depends on where it's at. If it is, Highway 1 is Caltrans. If it's within our right-of-way, yes, we do that to a degree. And I would say that because if it's in a construction zone, then it's the responsibility of the contractor. So it really depends on specific locations. But I can talk to our maintenance deputy about having someone look at it.
Yeah, I think partly it seems like it is because of the construction that maybe the trash is sitting there longer. But yeah, if you could talk to them, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any public comment? See none, I'll bring it back. Any public comment online?
We have no one online.
I'll bring it back. And no other comments? We'll move to the next item. Number 18 is public hearing, adoption of the Consolidated Grants Program and Regional Transportation Improvement Program. Staff report.
Chair? Before you begin, I need to recuse myself due to a conflict of interest.
Thank you for letting us know. And Commissioner,
Jensen.
I
live within 500 feet of one of the proposed projects in Capitola, and I'll be recused myself because of potential financial interest.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Go ahead, staff report.
Oh, almost there I am. Hi. Good morning, commissioners, members of the community. My name is Rachel Marconi. I'm one of your senior planners here at the RTC. And before you today is a large decision on how to spend about $15 million of state and federal funding that is under the discretion of the Santa Cruz County Regional Transportation Commission. These funding sources include a combination of state transportation improvement program funds, which we propose projects to the California Transportation Commission, and then they have the ultimate say on which projects throughout the state get funded and in what years those get funded. We also have some federal funds that come to California, and because we're a smaller county, we're able to exchange them for state cash, and that's the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, which locally we call the Regional Surface Transportation Program Exchange. And then we also have some funding from Senate Bill 1, which is the Local Partnership Program formula funds. Those funds come to our county and are split between Santa Cruz Metro and the RTC because our voters approved the Measure D sales tax. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't receive. For RTC, it's about $300,000 a year of funding. We also have discretion over the State Transit Assistance Program funding. These, again, are formula funds. The RTC programs, currently the majority of the funds to Santa Cruz Metro, but when Senate Bill 1 was approved in 2017, it boosted the amount of funding available for the State Transit Assistance Program. So the commission at that time decided to set aside a small portion of the funds funds. In this case, it's 15% of fiscal year 25-26 funds and 20% of 26-27 funds to add to our competitive pool of projects. We also receive some low carbon transportation operations and protection program funds. These funds are generated through the cap and trade program, the state's cap and trade program, and our annual shares of that end up being about $650,000 a year. So we also added those to this pool of money. So in total, those funds that are currently available for programming are $15 million. We consolidate all of these funding sources together to expedite the process and make it easier for project sponsors to only submit one application, so the commission can look at a comprehensive investment strategy for these funds. And it also provides us with some of the flexibility to determine if a project is a better fit for the State Transportation Improvement Program, for instance, or if it really needs the simpler Regional Surface Transportation Program exchange funds. In addition to these funds, the California Transportation Commission has alerted us that we could ask for an advance of our fiscal year 2031 and 32 STIP funds, and that total is estimated to be about $2.8 million. There are some restrictions around those funds. For one thing, it would require other counties in the state not to ask for their full current STIP shares of funds, and also they would be subject to prioritization by the California Transportation Commission, which include projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, that are on the interregional rail or highway system, things like that. So in our county, of the projects that were proposed, the projects that seem like they could be a decent fit for that and meet the CTC's bar might be construction of segment 8 and 9 of the rail trail, the Zeppert project, for instance. Next slide, please. Who applied for funds? So we issued a call for projects. We had workshops on the funding program, and we received applications from all of the cities in Santa Cruz County, the County of Santa Cruz Metro, Ecology Action, the University of California at Santa Cruz, as well as RTC. In total, we received 26 applications requesting $66 million of funds. As a reminder, our call for projects included $15 million worth of funds. So now the challenge is, how do we decide which of those outstanding projects and needs in our community are funded? The next slide shows you a summary of the types of projects that each of those, the collective projects advance. So about 24% of the funding requests were for transit-related components of projects, 20% were for pavement preservation, 45% for bike and ped, and then the balance for things like signal, timing, transportation system management programs, electric vehicle conversions. So I'm going to just quickly, the next two slides, go one more, discuss one more slide, Yesenia, the projects that we received applications for. So for the city of Capitola, they submitted an application for the Bay Avenue corridor redesign. This is just for the design phase of the project. It includes adding additional curb ramps for folks with wheelchairs, changing the way the lanes are structured, adding roundabouts, adding buffered bicycle facilities, and staff recommends $500,000 for this project that would help advance bicycle and pedestrian access and safety. Capitola also submitted an application for a complete street sidewalk infill. This is adding sidewalks in many locations in the city that currently lack ADA accessible sidewalks, and staff recommended $650,000 for that pedestrian project. For the city of Santa Cruz, as previously discussed, there is a funding gap for the coastal rail trail segments 8 and 9 project. They requested $10 million. After looking at the overall funding proposals, they requested that any funding for the trail projects be focused on the pre-design funds, which was an application submitted by the Regional Transportation Commission to keep that project moving forward and maintain those active transportation program funds. The city also submitted a multimodal project application for the Prospects Heights neighborhood on several roads there, and for the Bay Avenue paving project, which, while their funding request was just for repaving Bay Avenue, which is a road heavily used by the Santa Cruz Metro buses, it ties into some of their other multimodal projects that are funded through other grant programs, non-RTC grants. In the city of Scotts Valley, next slide, Scotts Valley submitted one application for the Granite Creek overcrossing over Highway 17. This project was previously partially funded by the Regional Transportation Commission. This includes upgrading the overpass for bicycle and pedestrian facilities, and staff recommends adding an additional $650,000 for that project. In the city of Watsonville, we received 3 applications. One is for Clifford Avenue Road Rehab and Traffic Calming. This is a multimodal project in this connecting 2 major parts of Watsonville, and staff recommends funding that project at $850,000. Watsonville also requested funding for the Freedom Boulevard Road Rehabilitation and Traffic Calming Multimodal Project. Again, this is another heavily used Metro bus route, and staff recommends funding that project at $1.6 million. And then City of Watsonville also submitted an application for its Pennsylvania Drive Trail Rehabilitation Project. Anyone who's been out on Pennsylvania has seen that this trail that was built several years ago is in great disrepair. It is coned off in many areas, and similar to roadways, sometimes needs some rehab because even paths can get potholes. In the county of Santa Cruz, we received applications for 2 roadway rehabilitation projects. These didn't integrate any of the complete streets elements that were identified in the active transportation plans for those projects, so they did not rank as high as other projects that were proposed. But their SoCal Drive multimodal project was one of the highest scoring applications received, and staff recommends funding the pre-construction work of that project with $3.8 million. This funding is needed, and this work needs to happen for this project in order for it to maintain its Senate Bill 1 significant grants that were received earlier this year. The county also requested funds to do some EV conversion at some of its maintenance yard, and staff did not recommend funding for that project. It did not score as high as other projects. For Ecology Action has a program where they go into 2nd and 5th grader classrooms throughout the county to provide educational tools to 2nd graders on how to cross the street, look in both ways, kind of the standard stuff that not everyone remembers how to learn that, and how to ride their bike safely. If anyone's never gone to one of these workshops, I highly recommend tagging along with Ecology Action. It's really fun to watch the kids learn these things that come naturally to some of us. Staff recommends $100,000 for that program. For Santa Cruz Metro Transit District, we're excited that Metro is looking at reintroducing the bus route 90X, which is express service between Watsonville and Santa Cruz. It would utilize the new red bus-only lanes on Highway 1, and so we recommend full funding for that project, as well as full funding for their Beach Street parking lot project down in Watsonville, which it would provide a facility for Metro to store its buses down here. It's repaving that facility, and it also would allow Metro to reduce some of their deadhead time between their main bus facility in the city of Santa Cruz for bus routes that start in Watsonville every morning. As my peer at Metro put it, the less exciting project, the ugly dog of them all, is the software upgrade, which is just to make sure that their maintenance and operation of and scheduling of drivers keeps working efficiently, and we are recommending $200,000 for that project. Metro requested 3 years of funding for the HASTIS software upgrade. We only have 2 years of state transit assistance funding that we're currently programmed, and they had proposed that STA funds be proposed there. So if the commission were to decide to fund that, staff, I would recommend that we, consider 2 years of funding for that program rather than all 3, and we can consider the 3rd year during the next programming cycle. Metro's also looking to replace several of their Cruz vans, and staff recommends full funding for that project. On behalf of the RTC, we did propose some of the RTC's projects that we are lead on or coordinating. This includes the Felton SLV Schools Complete Streets Enhancements Project. The RTC did approve some STIP funding for this project in a prior cycle. However, as Caltrans has developed their capital maintenance project as well as some complete streets improvements in there, they have identified some cost shortfalls in order for all of the complete streets components that have been identified by the community as priorities to be implemented. The RTC will need to fill that funding gap either with consolidated grant funds or through the Measure D program. If we use Measure D funds instead, that does reduce the amount of the $10 million total available for other projects in San Lorenzo Valley. We also put forward on behalf of the City of Santa Cruz and the County of Santa Cruz an application for $8 million to fill the funding gap for the pre-construction of segments 8 through 11. Staff recommends $4 million of that $8 million be funded through the Consolidated Grant Program and the balance to be funded through the Measure D program. Again, if this isn't funded through the consolidated grants, it would reduce the amount of Measure D available for other projects, other trail projects in Measure D. We also put forward an application to continue work on the zero emission passenger rail and trail environmental analysis, and staff recommends designating, instead of actually programming, because we can't program STIP funds if a phase of work is not fully funded, to designate $2.8 million of our future STIP shares for that. And that would allow staff to go after other grants for the full funding of the environmental phase of work. Finally, the University of California at Santa Cruz submitted 2 applications. One was to add high-speed EV chargers at the base of campus. Staff did not recommend funding that project this cycle. And then they also are cobbling together funding from a variety of different funding sources to buy another electric bus on campus. And staff recommended providing some funding, $262,000 for that project. Next slide. So the staff recommendations are based on how projects ranked in consideration of evaluation criteria that were approved by the board in June. We also considered input from your 3 advisory committees as well as the equity work group. And we also considered funding constraints and timing and when different projects would be ready to go and which funding source made the most sense for them. The staff recommendations include a combination of large transformational projects as well as regional and local priorities. So just as a quick refresher, some of the evaluation criteria improved by the board in June, which came to fruition after considering what's included in our regional transportation plan as far as our goals and policies, as well as requirements for each of these funding sources, whether it's the State Transportation Improvement Program, the federal guidance on performance metrics, and these grossly are summarized as providing access for everyone. So this is oftentimes projects that include transit, bicycle, pedestrian facilities, making things ADA compliant, system performance, making our transportation system work more efficiently, reducing crashes and improving safety, preserving our existing transportation network, advancing health for our community, and considering where projects are located and addressing historic disparities. And then also climate change and resiliency. Would the project reduce how much we drive? Will it reduce emissions? Things like that. Some of the other factors that we considered were they consistent with complete streets requirements of the state and policies that were adopted by each of the local jurisdictions and plans? Are they leveraging on other funds? are these funds needed to maintain other funds? That was also a major consideration in our staff recommendations. We also looked at the public engagement process that local agencies had gone through to identify these priorities and what their plan is moving forward to really engage the community in the design of these projects. We also considered project readiness and the overall scale of the benefits. How many people are going to use that facility on a daily basis, for instance, in comparison to the costs. So briefly, just here's a list of the projects that ranked the highest in consideration of those criteria. All of these are recommended for funding with the exception of number 10, which is the Coastal Rail Trail Segment 8 and 9 construction, because as I mentioned earlier, city staff from the city of Santa Cruz would like that funding focused on the pre-construction phase for now. These aren't the only projects recommended, as I mentioned earlier. They're all listed in attachment 2. I will just briefly, next slide, touch on the committee recommendations. All of the committee recommendations are described in attachment 2. Sorry, the staff recommendations are in attachment 1, which is Exhibit A to the resolution. The bike committee recommended what had previously been called scenario 1, and it prioritized, and they asked that the commission prioritize projects in Watsonville and San Lorenzo Valley that also benefit bicyclists. The Elderly Disabled Transportation Advisory Committee did not recommend a specific list of projects, but recommended that the board support transit and pedestrian access, projects that integrate complete streets and universal design, provide access for all, improve safety for pedestrians, and preserve existing pedestrian and transit facilities, as well as projects that would preserve other grant funds. The Interagency Technical Advisory Committee, which is made up of county and city staff from our local agencies, as well as some of our regional partners. They recommended a mix of funding that is shown in attachment 2. It includes funding for some of the county road rehabilitation projects and full funding for metro projects, and reduced funding for cities as compared to the staff recommendation. Your Transportation Equity Work Group recommends that the board prioritize projects that benefit historically underserved, marginalized, or disadvantaged communities, projects that improve safety, and that increase transit service and access. So I'm going to read through a summary of the staff recommendations, which are shown 3 different places. But this morning, we are recommending that you consider the recommendations from staff and your committees, as well as supplemental recommendations, which were distributed as a handout from about half of the commissioners. Also, in advance of making a decision, we recommend that you consider public comments. There are several letters that were included as attachment 3 in the packet, and we also distributed as a handout additional comments received, and we recommend that you hold a public hearing after I am done with my staff report and answering any of your questions to hear more from the public on their input, and then to adopt a resolution which includes approving a list of project, designating future STIP shares for the Zeppert project, requiring project sponsors to go back to our advisory committees prior to final design of their projects to receive input, especially from the Bicycle Committee and the Elderly and Disabled Transportation Advisory Committee, to make sure that some final design features really address the needs of bicyclists and pedestrians and people mobility devices. Staff would then, after your decision on which projects to fund, will work closely with the local jurisdictions and project sponsors to determine which color of money or funding source makes the most sense for each project. We did include in our staff recommendation a list of some of the potential project funding sources that might be available for some of those projects. There are certain funding sources we can only use on transit. There's certain funding sources we can only use on projects that meet California Transportation Commission requirements, et cetera. And then project sponsors will be required to follow rules. Yesenia, you can skip to the next 2. And then we'll amend our budget also as part of this action. So if you would like, I can share the alternative commissioner's recommendation now, or would you guys prefer to do that after the public hearing?
I think right now it's a good time.
Okay. And actually, maybe I should turn it over to one of you to present it if you want to share what that is. But I put a summary and slides with all of the requests there.
Go ahead.
Can I go for it?
Commissioner Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Staff, thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. I think you have captured the high priority and most important values for the various submitters on this. A lot of thought was given to the lot of thought that you put into this. And in large part, I think what the commissioners who are sign-ons to this letter are trying to do here is take what we consider a very objective process that you folks have engaged in, and with our sense of our responsibilities, make some changes to that. And so the recommendation in front of you when we get to that point will end up being to make some relatively minor changes, $191,000 on regional transportation STIP planning, and some changes to phase two of the county emergency routes, make some changes there. But the idea is essentially staying true to the basic values that you showed on that screen, where I think you had 6 or 7 values that drive the appropriation of these funds. It was said earlier, don't wish to debate the point about whether Santa Cruz gets too much or too little over the years, but the thinking of the city of Santa Cruz here is that to, in our estimation, more fairly and appropriately respond to questions around equity and priorities throughout the 4 cities and the county, it makes sense for us this time in this cycle to forego the city asking essentially for any appropriations in this, which then frees up funding to be able to address other issues in the other 3 cities and the county and Metro and UCSC. What I'd like to do, if it's all right, Mr. Chairman, is may we take, this has been in the public domain now for several days. Perhaps what we could do is take public comment, and then I think any one of us who are signed on to the letter would be glad to make a motion at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So any commissioner comments currently? Commissioner Martinez?
Yes, this is a question regarding a comment that was made by the presenter regarding the Metro Hastis grant application. They requested $900,000 for a 3-year project, and I heard you say that you recommend funding 2 years because that's what this grant application allows. So would you make the assumption that it's $300,000 a year, and so then really what they might be requesting is $600,000 over 2 years, and that might free up $300,000? Is that?
Yes, that would be if you were to decide to fund more than the $200,000 that was recommended by staff, it would be appropriate to approve 2 of the 3 years. And because we will be programming fiscal year 27-28 state transit assistance funding program in the future, we're not programming it right now.
And so Metro would have the opportunity to apply for that following year in the next consolidated grant application process?
If the commission decided again to combine the STA as part of this consolidated grants.
And then that 900,000, based on the commissioner's recommendation or the application from Metro, would the color of money be STA funding, which means that it couldn't be used for alternative projects that are proposed?
Some of the funding, STA funding, is only available for transit operations and capital projects. So some of STA funds could be used on a project like the University of California Santa Cruz projects as well, their transit project. It could also be used on some of the other Metro projects. So all of the metro projects are eligible for state transit assistance funding. So it's kind of a, if we give Metro all of the STA funds, then that frees, then there's other money for some of the other projects. One thing I failed to mention is that off the top, we need $191,000 of the STIP funds to do the work that the California Transportation Commission requires us to do for planning, programming, monitoring. So it's kind of a shuffling. It's not a one-to-one because we could give Metro the Beach Street project parking lot could get funded with STA funds.
So you're getting at where I'm headed with this, which is that I understand that the recommendation from the commissioners did not include that sort of off-the-top administration fee, and I'm wondering if that might be found by funding the Metro project for 2 years rather than 3 years. It's a suggestion for the commission to consider when we get to a motion.
And to clarify, I think that the recommendation we brought forward included a total of $1.988 million for Metro. My understanding is that of the funds that are restricted, it's about $1.55 million that's transit restricted. So I think that there's still, if we did reduce the Metro funding by $300,000 there, that it would effectively be available to allocate to other projects. And I mean, potentially we could indicate some priority for funding that additional year of HASTUS in a future cycle.
Any other commissioners?
Commissioner Quiroz Carter is online with their hand raised.
Go ahead, Commissioner Quiroz Carter.
Thank you. I have a question for Planner Morcone. I heard the first two recommendations for the Watsonville projects at $850,000 and $1.6 million, but I didn't hear the recommended amount for the Pennsylvania project. Would you be able to share that?
Sure. Yes, Ania, can you go back one slide? So for City of Watsonville, the staff recommendation is in that final column there, and we recommended for Pennsylvania $777,000 of the $1 million that was requested.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Any other commissioners' questions? Commissioner, I don't know.
Yes, just a statement. So as many of you know, I do a lot of walking around our community. So I see some of the deteriorated streets and sidewalks, outdated sidewalks on Clifford. They go back to the 60s, I believe. But anyways, so today I want to strongly recommend that the RTC approves the funding, the vital funding for the infrastructure, including Pennsylvania Drive Trail rehabilitation, Clifford Avenue Road rehabilitation and traffic calming, and Freedom Boulevard Road rehabilitation and traffic calming projects. Continuing to delay these essential improvements is becoming increasingly unsustainable as it declines infrastructure. On these three main corridors in Watsonville poses a serious risk to my community, especially our seniors, families, and individuals with disabilities. It is crucial that we develop a safe and accessible pathway to enable the community members to move around with confidence. And I see this happening with high-speed traffic coming through our roads, people not wanting to come out of their homes because it's not safe, especially with our seniors. So I strongly recommend that we approve this funding today. Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
First, I want to say, it's going to sound odd, but I totally agree 100% with Mr. Brian Peoples' comments regarding equity. I think that it really resonates and hits home when you talk about equity, especially today. I felt it was a heartfelt comment that you made about equity. That said, also, I'm really excited, kind of echoing Commissioner Leonore's comments. I'm really excited about the three projects that the city of Watsonville is getting. Freedom Boulevard, of course, everybody knows that Freedom Boulevard, there's been fatalities, by bicyclist fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, and even a lot of vehicular fatalities. Just recently, during the beginning of summer, there was a young football player from Cabrillo that just crashed into another car there, and it was a fatal accident. So, and same with Pennsylvania. That area has had liquefaction issues and slippage, and so the trail that people traverse to get to the medical centers throughout our city, people walk to there through that trail. And even now, when the city closed the trail, people still walk through it, but it's an unsafe situation where people may fall, older folks may fall. And same with the Clifford area. There's elementary schools that are close to there, and there's different schools that across the street, across the highway, that people walk to. And obviously, folks in the morning just go in their cars really fast. They're on their phones, and it needs the bike and pedestrian safety in that neighborhood as well, because so many children live in that area as well. That being said, I do want to ask a few questions. I got 4 questions. I want to see if staff can elaborate why no county-maintained projects were included in the original recommendations.
Sure. So the staff recommendations projects were ranked and evaluated against the evaluation criteria that were approved by the board. So in looking at projects, if a project included safety elements, for instance, and articulated those safety elements in their application, they received a high ranking, high, medium, or low score, or no score for that category. Similarly, whether it was located in an equity priority community that's been identified by the equity work group and the commission, that was another consideration. Did the project improve bicycle and pedestrian facilities and access? That was another consideration. So when you look, and then system preservation absolutely is very important, and maintaining our existing system is very important. But when looking at the project in the local road rehab projects in the unincorporated areas of the county, they didn't integrate those other components into their application, or they didn't articulate it in their application, so they were ranked lower. They did not receive as high of scores.
So staff is pretty much well aware of what this criteria or the rubric is for these qualifications.
The county staff is part of the Interagency Technical Advisory Committee that provides input on those criteria, and it's very spelt out in the application, and there's a different box where folks provide and can elaborate on how their project will advance each of those criteria.
And my other question is, how are we currently factoring geographic equity or access for rural residents? Is there some type of scoring in this matrix for that to kind of address the unincorporated equity?
Sure. So we do not currently have a metric that's focused on rural communities. That said, we do, as far as projects improve safety in rural areas, that was taken into consideration, for instance, for the San Lorenzo Valley Complete Streets project. So that did weigh in there. Overall, the staff recommendations were not allowed by federal regulations to distribute funds on a formula basis, but we did look at where all of the staff recommended projects were located, and that's on page 18-8 of your packet, and about 48% of the funds that are recommended by staff are located in unincorporated areas. That doesn't mean all of those are in the most rural parts. That also includes funding that was recommended for segments 9 through 11 of the Coastal Rail Trail, which is a bit more urbanized than things like Bear Creek Road or Empire Grade and Inner Lake and Casserly Road.
So there is, I do notice that there is some gaps in the unincorporated areas. Would staff support coordinating earlier with jurisdictions and the commission next time to help avoid these type of gaps?
We absolutely will, and some of the this has come up in past funding cycles, and some of the other jurisdictions have mentioned that they have everyone has billions of dollars worth of needs, as shown in our regional transportation plan. But what project sponsors oftentimes do is they try to identify the needs in their community to match up with what the criteria are for a different funding program. So if it's affordable housing, sustainable communities grants, they look at projects that will fit and compete well there. And so that has come up before, but I will make sure that our staff reemphasizes that to all project sponsors the next time, the importance of the evaluation criteria and meeting those.
And lastly, was there any additional letters of support for any of the projects that got submitted? We don't have access to the info website.
The full applications are actually linked in the staff recommendations in the staff report, so you can look at every single application. Only a few project sponsors included support letters. What most agencies did instead was describe maybe the development of their active transportation plan or their Vision Zero plan or their downtown specific plan or other planning efforts that they did that included significant public input. So that was the route that we took. We did not require support letters for.
So I'm referring to the ones that people email in to us, the commissioners.
Oh, sure. So all of the letters of support or in opposition to certain projects are included as attachment 3 to the staff report, and then also were included as handouts today. And there were, I think we received several dozen comment letters from different entities and individuals.
So I bring up the letters. I just passed out some of the few letters that we received, but I'd like the commissioners to also receive the letters. In theme of the equity that Mr. Peoples was talking about, I want to say that we have about, as you mentioned, just over $15 million available to fund 26 projects that total over $66 million. All these are good projects. The challenge before us is finding a balance that serves our entire community, that's equitable, and not just in certain areas. I did notice that every district got projects in both their cities and their unincorporated areas. And obviously, I did notice that District 4 didn't get any for their unincorporated. That said, I do represent the city as well, but those weren't submitted by the county. The unincorporated areas of the county make up roughly half our population and half our road miles. Yet, under the current RTC staff recommendation, none of that funding goes to county-maintained roads in District 3, 4, and 5. The Commissioner's proposal does improve on that. It adds funding for Districts 3 and 5, but still leaves out unincorporated areas of District 4. The corridor, SoCal Aptos corridor? Okay. But it's not, Aptos is not a city, it's unincorporated still. But this matters because many residents in our rural communities don't have access to buses, bike lanes, or sidewalks. Casterly, for example, there's not even bus lanes that go there. And one of the routes that during the winter floods has over 4,400 passengers a day, or cars per day. And when it floods, it all goes to Casterly. It serves as an emergency route for Paulson when Paulson's closed. Yet you'll still find people trying to go through Paulson when it rains and it's flooded. But it's an important road for our community as well. They rely entirely on roadways there. And those rural roads meet all of the RTC's top priorities from safety, access, resiliency, equity, so they deserve a share of the funding. We also need to look at which projects already have other funding sources. For example, Highway 9 has a $10 million from the Measure D plus Caltrans funding. Projects like Rail Trail, Metro have multiple state and federal funding opportunities. To make the plan more balanced, I would like to recommend a few small adjustments to the commissioner's proposal. I really do like the commissioner's proposal, but it leaves District 4 unincorporated empty.
Can I just interject real quick? I do recommend that the board hold off on making their recommendations until after the public hearing. But if there's questions, just for procedure, sometimes that's the way we want to.
Well, I'll just finish with this.
Okay.
The changes only affect unincorporated county projects. I want to make sure that the city of Watsonville remains untouched. Big projects like SoCal Corridor remain untouched because I believe in all the facets that the commissioner's report has, from bike and pedestrian safety, all those issues, the 3 issues they addressed. But I want to make sure that every part of the county, including District 4, benefits from today's meeting.
Commissioner Koenig.
Chair, thank you. I would just want to briefly address your comments, Supervisor and Commissioner Hernandez. As you pointed out, certainly putting more money towards some of the unincorporated routes was one of the things we felt with the recommendation that we needed to improve upon as far as staff's recommendation goes. Particularly Bear Creek Road has, I think, 15,000 drivers a day. I mean, it's a heavily used arterial. And I don't know exactly what the figure is for Empire Grade, but of course it's an incredibly critical route as well. The reason that in the proposal we did not put more funding towards Interlochen was actually just because Watsonville had done so well in the other categories. I mean, if you look at the proportion of funding in the recommendations, I mean, even looking at these commissioner recommendations here, the by population share for Watson will be around 16%, and yet 23% of the total funds was recommended for Watsonville projects. And so since those are all squarely in District 4, I believe it's 80% of your constituents actually live within the city limits of Watsonville. We felt that none of us can get everything they wanted. And that there was still quite a bit of geographic equity as far as this proposal goes. That said, look forward to hearing whatever it is that you propose.
I'm not denying I'm not denying anything about the 3 projects in Watsonville. I'm completely excited about it, and I've had constituents tell me since the time I was on the council about those 3 areas. Freedom has been talked about since 2012 when I was on the council. And I don't want commissioners to pit 2 Watsonville projects that are unincorporated in the city to fight for the crumbs. I'm just trying to address the inequities in the unincorporated areas.
Yeah, no.
Could I make a point of
Go.
procedure? I think
Go
it's
ahead.
important we hear from the public. This is
Yeah.
supposed to be a public hearing, and the commissioners can discuss the recommendations once we hear what the public has to say.
So we'll go with any other questions. We're going to move forward with public comment. So, community.
I'd just like to make some comments real quick without recommendations. I'd certainly want to hear from the public on that as well. My comments go towards, number one, to staff. Thank you for doing the heavy lift on this. You guys essentially stuffed 7 pounds of stuff into a 5-pound bag, right? And all of these projects are very worthy. And trying to decide which one, truly some heartbreaking decisions have to be made in there. We see the need in each project presented, but it's finding that balance point. I think staff, you did an excellent job with that, and I'm grateful for what you did. Our adjustments to that, as we looked at that, are in no way any sort of an indictment on the work that you did. It was just in having to consider a number of different things. And I think for all of the commissioners, as we continue and as we hear from the public, I would echo Commissioner Koenig's words is that, everybody gets something. Nobody gets everything that they want because there's just not enough resources there. Would we love to give everybody what they need on that? We would. And they're all worthy projects, as I mentioned. But finding that balance point is really what we tried to do in presenting this. And I think Commissioner Keeley did a great job of having you hear our heart as we went through this, and we decided this is where we think we best lie with this. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll look forward to hearing from the public.
All right, so now we're going to go on to the public. Public, like to weigh on this item of the agenda for public hearing?
Good morning, Chair Montesino and Commissioners. Matt Farrell speaking for myself. Since this item was actually posted yesterday afternoon, we have had not a lot of time the memo was posted yesterday afternoon. We support the staff recommendation, and I'd just like to say we're here again in a program where the focus is on funding active transportation, and the guidelines are focused on that. Money's being moved to fund roads. The $3 million that moves to the county project, 1.2 of it roughly came from a trail project, and then the balance of it, 1.8, comes from the Zeepert project.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. Thank you for all your hard work. It looks about 11 million on that paper napkin that I saw with the commissioners, and I didn't get a chance to study that before the meeting today. We support prioritization of funds for Watsonville and allocation to support environmental work and planning for passenger rail, and $4 million for the trail as noted on page 18.6, with in line with decades of voter sentiment. Regarding costs, prior SMART general managers and leadership have offered their support and urged us over the last several years to seek extensive guidance from the professionals that have built rail, not just expensive consultants like HDR that just create overly bloated plans. The $4.3 billion is seen as a bloated overestimate by rail professionals that have said that their experience building rail after previewing the project, that they've come to that calculation. Contrary to Commissioner Koenig's earlier comment, Chair Guardino of the California Transportation Commission is on record addressing the importance of keeping our promise to build rail when they awarded us the $105 million.
Hi again, guys. So I think that there's a misconception, and I spoke to this earlier, that trail can be covered up, or the tracks can be covered up through any mechanism, any legal mechanism. It doesn't matter what you call it, rail banking, rail embargo, any other mechanism will disqualify the rail line from the corridor ID program and make us ineligible for the TIRCIP grants. So this programming of TIRCIP grants, which is, listed in various different amounts in these different proposals, the staff proposal, this letter, none of that would be available if you do some sort of maneuver of covering up the tracks. And that was made very clear by Chief of Rail Operations for Caltrans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name's Steve Johnson. I'm a Watsonville resident, so I really appreciate the money that's being allocated to those three important corridors within Watsonville. I'm also on the part of Bike Santa Cruz County, and a letter that I wrote today that's in your file says, we're writing to share our support for agenda item 21 to approve the right of entry agreement with the city of Santa Cruz for the bike and pedestrian trail next to the Murray Street Bridge. The Murray Street Bridge closure has had a devastating impact on Seabright and harbor businesses and committees, and we support a temporary trail on the Santa Cruz branch line using the Woods Lagoon Bridge because it will restore an active transportation link and bolster business activities and reconnect the workers. As someone who deals with small businesses a long time, I know what's something out of your control and how devastating that can be to it. I've lost a couple of businesses in time before that, so I really think this is important for that community. Thank you for your support of bicycling in Santa Cruz County.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Murray Fonts. I work with the Watsonville Public Works and Utilities Department. Grant funding is governed by the golden rule. Those who have the gold make the rules. The commission are the rules makers here. They have the gold. They decide where it goes. Earlier this year, as Rachel indicated, you approved rules for allocating these funds, and all of the agencies submitted applications based on those rules. This is a combination of art and science. We can follow the science of the rules, and Watsonville was successful. I want to acknowledge and appreciate the staff's recommendations for funding. Our grants rated 1, 2, and 6. Now comes the art. We have no control over this as staff, and it appears that there's recommendations to change the rules that we worked under. So if changes are made, or if the commission is going to do things differently, then please put that up front so that staff can work with those rules.
Thank you.
Hi, Brian with Trail Now. Supervisor Hernandez, great standing up. Appreciate your work. And $1 million, divert that train $1 million to Watsonville. You're not getting, that's a solution. But I have a real request, and it's actually what we've learned from Murray Bridge is we're going to have the same problem in Aptos when they start doing phase 3. We need to open up those trestles going over the highway as a temporary. So I want to ask now that this organization look at following the process we're applying for Murray Bridge, apply it to Aptos, to those trestles that go over the highway. Open them now, because people are using them now. And when those go down, our community, South County, is going to experience the same thing that's happened at the harbor. And if you fail us now, you have no excuse. Move the money.
I'm Paula Bradley, a resident. Please support the Coastal Rail Trail project for the future benefit of county residents. Rail banking and spending money on the interim trail is a waste of money and will result in years of delays, lost funding, and no trail or rail will be built for years due to regulatory quagmire and legal challenges. Some interim trail-only supporters.
Keep your comments to the consolidated grants. We're not talking about rail banking.
My topic is also about the interim trail funding or ultimate trail funding. Please, if the tracks are removed or covered with a trail, there will never be a rail project. Please explore all options, the Coastal Rail Trail or Ultimate Trail. If there's not enough money for the project now, there will never be funding to tear out the interim trail and restore the rail. We're building a rail trail as a result of significant funds for a multimodal transportation system connecting to the state and regional rail plan, projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle trips, not a trail-only project, even though I would love to ride on the trail when it's built. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gina Cole. I'm a Watsonville resident. I hate to see us cut off our foot here in Watsonville by some of the, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy about the choices in Watsonville. Thank you very much, and thank you to Murray and his staff for writing amazing project proposals, because that's awesome. We need that here. But Watsonville also needs connection via a trail, via the rail, to the rest of the county. We're cut off here. We're about to have Pajaro Station come up as a viable pedestrian, not pedestrian, but rider stop, as a passenger stop. That makes Watsonville a big hub.
and I just don't want you to forget that.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nadia Noriega. I'm the operation manager for Lifeline Community Bridges. I just want to speak to the community just to ensure that Lifeline services will not be impacted. Even though we didn't get the funding, we will continue to provide transportation 3/4 of a mile. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Commissioners, Trink Praxel from Aptos. I really just have a question that I wonder if someone could address in the comments, which is about the very large amount of FEMA funding that is still due to all of our cities and all of our counties, our county. And I'm just wondering if some of the funding that we're putting out now could in fact be covering back some of the FEMA funding? And if so, is there a point in the future where the FEMA funding, if it comes through, could then be returned to certain pots of money to be available for more grants? So just a question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Antonio Rivas. I just want to really thank you, the staff, for the recommendations that for the city of Watsonville, the Clifford Avenue rehab, the Freedom Boulevard rehab, and also the Pennsylvania Trail rehabilitation. This is an important decision that you have done, and it is my hope that all three of them, recommended for funding, continue to do that. Just remember that the funding of South County, that includes Freedom and the city of Watsonville, will ensure many things, in a sense, an equitable distribution of transportation investment throughout the Santa Cruz County. This will help Santa Cruz County. So it is important that we continue to fill those gaps that in the past have not yet passed. So I thank you, and thank you for that, for the funding. And I hope all of you support that. Thank you.
Lowell Hurst, resident of Watsonville, but in the 2nd District, supervisorial district. I'm really glad to hear about the talk of equity today. Let's put it to work, okay? Let's make sure that we're focusing on the most needy, the most underserved, the most under-resourced parts of our community, and the most disadvantaged. That shouldn't be too hard to pick out. We're talking about equity. So as you take the scalpel, not the meat axe, but the scalpel to the budget, let's think about who those most needy are, who those most unrepresented, underserved, under-resourced, and let's focus our resources on lifting up the very most needy in the sense of equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in chamber, anybody online?
Yes, we do have several hands. Brett Garrett.
Yes, Brett Garrett, Santa Cruz PRT. I'll just focus on the proposed allocation to Zeppert. I've been advocating for the RTC to pause Zeppert and take a serious look at personal rapid transit as a better transportation system at much lower cost. The big Zeppert decision is scheduled for next month, so it seems inappropriate to allocate funds to Zeppert today. And there's wording in item 19 report that suggests the staff might agree with me. It says, due to uncertainties around Zeppert, item 19 says, quote, staff recommends against programming measure D rail category funds for Zeppert at this time, unquote. And I think the same recommendation should apply to STIP funds. So I suggest any allocation to Zeppert could be reworded to be more general and allocate to multimodal or innovative transportation solutions to personal rapid transit, interim trail, or Zeppert. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Saint. Mr. Saint?
Yeah, unmute button just came up. Thank you, everyone, for all your hard work. This is a very complicated situation. I'm also with Santa Cruz PRT. I do support the commissioner's recommendation. I think it must go towards the South County area. They've been overlooked for far too long. Also, if you look at all the eligibility requirements from regional, state, and federal goals and funding, a PRT system covers all 6 recommendations and would probably finish #1 on your list if you actually truly studied some form of a PRT system. The staff came up with their priorities back in June, and it was enhance safety, which PRT does mostly, fill gaps in transportation network. PRT is excellent at that. Integrate a complete streets elements. They are their complete streets altogether just by themselves. Do not increase greenhouse gas emissions, which all your projects do at this time. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
David Dean?
Yes, thank you. I am a resident of the unincorporated county, and I am a bus commuter. The county needs to know that equity also includes those of us who don't or can't drive. And there are actually a significant number of people in Santa Cruz County that can either not drive because of physical disabilities or economic conditions. So please do a little less focusing on roads, more focusing on public transit, sidewalks, trails. These are very important, and Zappert is incredibly important to those of us who don't drive. Thank you.
Bernie Gomez?
Yeah, buenas tardes, commission staff. I want to say that everybody has a priority. Every city, every community, neighborhood has priorities. But if they all come priorities, right, we'll never get anything done, right? So I appreciate the recommendations here, seeing that Watsonville's making it, it's having some support, right? And in regards to that, I just want to say that this support or this infrastructure, it's being updated. It's something that's already there, right? We also need to start thinking about creating new infrastructure for the southern part of the unincorporated area in the county, and Watsonville gets all, accessible. So in your vote, remove your personal interest, your political influence, and your finance pressure, right? Because this is about residents' quality of life and safe access to travel and explore. Thank you.
Jean Brocklebank?
Good morning. I support the grants presented today with one exception. Since a decision has not been made yet to continue the Ultimate Trail and Intercity Rail, the only grant funding I oppose absolutely is the $5 million to begin an environmental review for Zappert. I think that I studied all of these grants and I saw the proposals that were reduced, good proposals that were reduced to accumulate that $5 million for the environmental review. And I think that $5 million should go back to those several original grant proposals to keep them fully funded until a decision is made about the Zappert proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Helmer?
Good afternoon, Jim Helmer, Ben Lomond. Unlike most counties throughout the Bay Area, these other counties have a board or a commission that focuses on public works, transit, capital projects, complete streets. Santa Cruz County has no board or commission, and it's very difficult to input on a broad county level during the planning process without one. So I really think that we should ask our board members, specifically those that represent rural areas and the county pockets, to look at the expansion of creating a board or a commission. And finally, Highway 9 was included as part of the neighborhood projects in Measure D with a $10 million stipulation. It could have been included in highways, but it was included in neighborhood project. And it's been very successful, the commissioners have, in terms of leveraging state highway funds. Thank you.
Piet?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Piet Cannon from Ecology Action, and I just wanted to speak to the item for the youth bike and walk safety instructions. So that's an Ecology Action program, and it just in your final decision making, keep that 100,000 K whole for that program that serves elementary school students with essential bike and walk safety training that they otherwise wouldn't get. And like the RTC staff said, and they've witnessed our training, we invite the commissioners to come out and see one of those trainings firsthand at a local school. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Owner? A user named Owner?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm here to urge you to plan now for the future needs of residents and businesses of our county. Future transportation alternatives will be desperately needed by the rapidly growing population of Santa Cruz County. The highway and bicycles will not be enough. Secondly, it's extremely important to continue building the trail as planned. Money is available. Build it next to the tracks. Don't waste money and time on regulations and litigation by building any kind of interim trail over the tracks. Let's get going on segments 9 and 10, which serve the needs of the highest population in the county, and keep planning for future trail segments. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker.
I know, so I'll bring it back to the commission for appropriate motion and discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Kelly?
Well,
Sorry.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the staff recommendation with the following changes. Excuse me, the commissioner's recommendation, thank you, on the add-on letter that we submitted a couple of days ago. We'll move that as the core motion with the following changes to that. One, to reduce the HASTUS project by $300,000 to $600,000. Add the RTC's STIP programming, planning, programming, monitoring, increase that by $191,000. To go to the supervisor's comments earlier, add Santa Cruz County Interlake and Route Resurfacing Project Phase 1, increase that by $436,000, and reduce the Santa Cruz County Routes Resurfacing by $436,000 in a like amount. There is the motion, sir.
Thank you.
I'll second.
So it's been first and second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the maker of the motion, if I could. With looking at the math here, there's roughly $100,000 that we have left that we can do something with. I would like to move that we dedicate and allocate that $100,000 to the city of Capitola for their Complete Streets sidewalk infill project.
No objection.
None from the second either.
So Mr. Chairman, on the motion, if I might. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Chairman, I associate myself with the other comments, and I tried to make them initially as well, to thank our staff for a quite thoughtful and serious effort. It is always the case that there are more needs than there are funds available, and I think this was a very thoughtful process by the staff. The gentleman from the Public Works Department, Watsonville, is right. I think that this is equal parts arts and, not equal parts, it is parts art and science. And the degree to which the art comes into it is the part that we elected officials are elected to do, to exercise our judgment about issues that are perhaps less quantifiable than the kinds of things we ask staff to do. And so I think the combination of very good staff work together with some truing up of the needs as we assess them is what is recommended here. I want to thank Commissioner Koenig and the others who have participated in this. My colleague to my left, who has been quite helpful in Scotts Valley, Mr. Chairman, yourself, Supervisor Martinez, all of those who have, within the boundaries of the Brown Act, collaborated to find a way to go here that we think solves a lot of problems and keeps us, in my estimation, keeps faith with the voters on previous actions relative to things like freeways, rail, trails, resurfacing, and so on, that we are doing that in an honorable way that has a lot of integrity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Shepherd.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion, despite the fact my commissioner's name was not just mentioned, to be thanked for his participation in the process.
In the event that I failed to thank, thank you, sir.
But I did want to make a few comments. One had to do with the presentation from the Public Works Director of Watsonville about the shifting of funding. As I added it up, the amount going to Watsonville in the staff recommendation, the amount going to Watsonville in the commissioner's recommendation is essentially almost the same. It's maybe a $25,000 difference. It does redirect to the different projects a little bit, and I just wonder, I want to ask staff if, as part of the discussion about how to fund each of these, whether there can be the flexibility to move a little bit more from this project to a little bit more to that project, if that works for making the projects more feasible from the city's point of view.
So your question is, if the city of Watsonville were to decide that they wanted more money for, say, Pennsylvania Avenue than for Freedom Boulevard, would they be able to move money between those projects?
Or vice versa, right?
They cannot, we do not allow that, but we do have an item scheduled for December to bring forward some amendments to previously approved projects that were approved by this board in the last 2 to 7 years, actually, and we could integrate that into that item if project sponsors had indicated that these amounts would result in an infeasible project.
So I would suggest for the Watsonville Public Works Director, if this is an issue, that be worked out with staff. I think the total amount seems reasonable, and I support it. Whether it's more or less in this or in that project, that really should be, I think, the Watsonville decision. I'm happy to see that the motion includes specific funding for the Interlochen project. That was a concern that I know was brought to our attention, and we were concerned about it. My understanding was that maybe that Interlochen project could be funded out of the $3 million that was being recommended for the emergency routes, but to the extent that it can be, a significant portion of it can be designated as part of this action, I think that's desirable. I know that it's an $800,000 project. Like so many of the projects that we have before us, they have to be built up over time, and I think that's this would be a significant contribution to that. So I do also want to thank staff for all their work. I want to speak to the notion of the rail trail and the rail study. As commissioners know, as members of the public know, I'm a strong supporter, and Commissioner Cummings is a strong supporter of both the rail trail projects 8 through 11 and the rail moving forward with the rail project. And my sense is that this is a step along the way. My biggest fear, and I would encourage those who are concerned about the commission looking at alternatives, is how much at risk that $120 million is if we are not able to build a trail. And we have a limited amount of time, and we do not have the money to build it. We are $60 to $70 million out. And the CTC made it very clear that they're not going to give us the same amount of money that's in the grant to do less of the project. So I think really that what's before the commission, and which really is certainly motivating my actions here, is a recognition that if we want to get a trail from Santa Cruz to State Park Drive, we're going to have to look at alternatives. And I do not support rail banking, and I don't want to see the commission move in the direction of rail banking, but I don't see how we can build it. There appears to be no way to build the trail. So as I see what this recommendation, what the recommendations do here and with the next item on the Measure D 5-year plan, is it's trying to leave open the option and continue the Commission's longstanding commitment to pursue a passenger rail service on the line, at the same time as allowing the Commission to move forward funding from the funding available for the rail trail segments to allow for the final designs to be done on that project. So that I think the commission, from my perspective, is in a very difficult point. And I think over the next few months, the commission's going to have to decide what its priorities are in terms of, do we want to have a trail at all? Do we want to move forward with rail? And I think that members of the public hopefully will understand the limits that the commission is having to work under. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comments? Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, quick comment. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Keeley and all the signers of the commissioner's report. A big thank you to making this plan more balanced as well. I think these adjustments that were made keep us on track with safety improvements for bikes, pedestrians, and maintain full support for things like the zero emissions, the trail project, Metro, Bear Creek, Empire Grade, Freedom, and SoCal projects. Finally, I want to encourage us to work earlier and more closely with local jurisdictions in future funding cycles, so our recommendations are fair and balanced and equitable from the start. And that's it.
Thank you. Seeing no other commissioner, commissioner online?
Mr. Chair, if I may, just for the record, since we modified some of the requirements, it also requires one minor edit to the resolution. So if the commission has framed the motion, those numbers that you've allocated are all reflected in exhibits to the resolution that's in your packet. And so the motion that the commission would be considering would be the commissioner's recommendations as modified by Commissioner Keeley's comments and is further modified by the further addition by Commissioner Clark that was agreed to, as I understand it, by the motion maker and the second. And then that would be reflected into the resolution as Exhibit A, so those would be the final numbers. And then there's one minor change to Section 2 of the resolution. It currently references the current recommendation of $2.8 million of STIP funds for the Zephyr project, and that's reduced down to $1 million in your actions. And with that, the resolution is ready for action.
Mr. Chairman, the motion will reflect the advice of counsel.
Yeah. With that, can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Jensen, Commissioner Keeley,
Aye.
Commissioner Clark,
Aye.
Commissioner Montesino,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commission Alternate Schifrin,
Aye.
Commissioner DeSerpa,
Aye.
Commissioner Koenig,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Quitos Carter,
Aye.
I believe Commissioner Downing also stepped away. Commissioner Leonor,
Yes.
that passes unanimously.
Thank you, and thank you for all the hard work to staff and
Excuse me, Chair,
commissioners.
I'm here. I voted aye. I did not step away. I just wanted to clarify.
No, she was talking about Commissioner Downing that stepped away. So with that, we're going to go on to the public hearing of Measure D, 5-year program of projects and regional projects and lift line.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I always like to guess if I'm going to say good afternoon or good morning. I was guessing good afternoon. I guess I was right on. So approximately 9 years ago, on November 8, 2016, more than 2/3 of Santa Cruz County residents approved the 30-year half-cent sales tax that we call Measure D. The measure began generating revenues in 2017 and will expire 30 years later in 2047. By having this half-cent sales tax, Santa Cruz County is one of 25 counties in California that's considered a self-help county. Self-help county is one in which we have approved a local sales tax and creating a local funding resource for local transportation priorities. This has been realized in a number of ways the benefits of this measure have been realized in a number of ways over the last 9 years, and we can all see significant progress in improving Santa Cruz County's transportation system in that fairly short time. It can't be overemphasized that Santa Cruz County would not be seeing this level of investment without Measure D. Today, I will present proposed updates to the Measure D 5-year expenditure plan that is a shorter-term look at Measure D investments, specifically those that are associated with the regional projects as well as lift line. Next slide, please. So the Measure D expenditure plan allocates revenues by formula to 5 different categories as shown on this slide. The neighborhood and local road projects and transit and paratransit projects, or revenues for those projects, are direct allocations to the cities in the county, to Santa Cruz Metro and Lift Line. And those public hearings are held by those respective agencies with the exception of Lift Line, which is included in today's public hearing. The highway corridors, the rail corridor, and the active transportation corridor, are we considered our regional categories for funding under Measure D, and those are under the discretion of their RTC, and which is we're discussing today. Today's report will also update the portion, I mentioned that, I'm sorry, about the lift line, so we'll be talking about lift line's public hearing as well. Next slide. There are really 3 components, as I see it, to Measure D oversight and administration that I wanted to highlight on this slide. We have our strategic investment plan, which is a long-term look at funding, Measure D funding, and how to strategically invest it to achieve our regional goals and complete the requirements identified in the ordinance. So it's really our guiding policy document. Our most recent strategic investment plan was adopted in 2023, and we update that every 5 years or so. Again, that's a focusing on the project of regional significance. The Measure D 5-year plan is what we're talking about today. Again, that's the shorter-term project funding needs, and it also includes investments to our ongoing transportation services and maintenance needs. So those are also captured. And then we have our Taxpayer Oversight Committee, which reviews the expenditures to ensure that they conform with the ordinance. Next slide. So it's important to think, when you're thinking about the Measure D 5-year plan, you can look at it a variety of different ways of how the funding are allocated. But we really look at allocating funding to both pre-construction and construction costs for those regional projects. And as we've talked about at many of our meetings, we looked how to strategically invest in, and we've leveraged over $450 million in state, federal, and private grants for these projects. So I can't overemphasize the importance of being a self-help county. More recently, we've been talking specifically about financing and the need to borrow against future revenues to complete transportation investments sooner, and also to align our expenditures with grant funding deadlines. In addition, we've talked also at our recent meetings about the importance of advancing these projects to minimize rising construction and escalation costs. Escalation costs are real and significant, and it's important for us to keep that in mind when we're thinking about the benefits of financing for these projects. And it also, the financing approach would spread those financing costs over the term of the tax. Next slide. So specifically, this 5-year plan update extends from this current fiscal year 25-26 through 29-30. It adds new funding to some programs, particularly for ongoing transportation services and maintenance needs for that additional year, fiscal year 29-30. So you'll hear me reference that when I go through the slides specific to each regional category. It also spreads out the funding and addresses what might be carryover from prior years. So we look at actual expenditures from 23-24, 24-25. So you might see some adjustments in those earlier year totals. Also, we're looking at preserving funding that's needed to advance segments 13 through 20. The commission did discuss this at their last meeting and asked about some of the project delivery options for segments 13 through 20, and then also to continue to advance previously programmed projects. Just want to make sure I covered everything. All right, that's good. Next slide. So Liftline, as I mentioned, community bridges, they're the only recipient of Measure D revenues that are not a public agency, so we do hold their public hearing for them today. Their Measure D 5-year plan was also, like all the 5-year plans, were reviewed by the RTC's advisory committees. The Elderly and Disabled Transportation Advisory Committee takes a close look at the Liftline Measure D 5-year plan as well. The transportation services that are funded through the Measure D 5-year plan provide access to the essential door-to-door services, driver training, vehicle purchases, scheduling and dispatch, outreach to inform folks that the service is available to them, and they're also been working towards accumulating funding for an operations facility. Next slide. So under the Highway Measure D category, we have 25% of the Measure D revenues are committed to this category, about $250 million or so over the life of the measure. This category calls out specific transportation projects. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the slide on the right that shows the different phased highway improvements, and you see it when you're out on the roadway because a lot of activities happening. So it includes the auxiliary lanes, the bus on shoulders, and the bike and pedestrian crossings. It was exciting to hear our director's report on the work with the Mar Vista overcrossing, which I think I started noting was under development in 2004. So I'm excited to see that coming forward. Transportation services that you might not be aware of, but it's definitely good to pay attention to, our Freeway Service Patrol, which specifically address non-recurrent congestion out there, help people get off the roadway if they're in need. We have our Safe on 17, California Highway Patrol work, which is a great program to enhance enforcement on Highway 17. And of course, our Cruz 511 Go Santa Cruz County program that provides traveler information. Next slide, please. So as part of the proposed 5-year plan update, in terms of capital costs, the Measure D 5-year plan proposes to add $900,000 to the Highway 1 SoCal 41st project, which is under construction and would address changes in project construction costs. It also proposes to add $4 million to the Highway 1 State Park Bay Porter project for construction support needs and unforeseen field conditions. The Measure D 5-year plan also, as I mentioned, adds funding for transportation services, primarily in that last year for fiscal year 29-30, which is added to this current Measure D 5-year plan. And as we've mentioned at our September meeting, adoption of this 5-year plan in order to meet the commitments will require a financing plan for this fiscal year. And based on our our analysis we've done internally, we would then have new capacity. If we financed to meet all the funding needs in this Measure D 5-year plan period, we'd have new capacity again generated in fiscal year 41-42. Our team will come back to you with more information about the next steps for obtaining the required financing at a future meeting. Next slide. So Measure D Active Transportation Program is primarily focused on the Coastal Rail Trail and Monterey Bay Sanctuary Scenic Trail. 17% of the revenues are dedicated to that revenue source. It goes to the pre-construction, the environmental review, project approval, project design, and also the construction of these projects. And I've shown this slide a number of times. It's on our website as well to show you how things are under development, and the funding used through Measure D are essential in advancing these projects. Next slide. For the Measure D rail corridor, Sunny, could you mind just seeing if there was one more, did I missed it? Go back one more. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and go to the Coastal Rail Trail side. I'll just go ahead and, for the Coastal Rail Trail, it's in the staff report as well. Our staff is recommending that we advance some of the funding program for segments 8 and 9, and 10 and 11 that is identified for construction to pre-construction to allow those projects to move forward with their final design. We've reported at our prior meetings that the there's a funding gap for final design and about $8.3 million for these projects. So our recommendation was to program advance $2 million from segments 8 and 9 that was previously programmed for construction, as well as advance $1.3 million for segments 10 and 11. I'm going to take a note here to look at my revised recommendation based on your prior action at the prior agenda item.
It should be the balance of the 1.3 because we moved 2 in our recommendation.
Right. So, so the revised recommendation would be again to not only advance the $2 million for the segment 8 and 9, but also to add $730,000 more for segments 8 and 9, and then advance $3.6 million for segments 10 and 11. The reason that I've identified adding more funding for segments 8 and 9 is you'll see in our Measure D 5-year plan that those projects are identified separately, so they're not lumped together, and there's not a sufficient funding program to 8 and 9 to advance the full $2.7 million. So that would make them whole with their $8.3 million. Next slide, please. Measure D rail corridor receives 8% of the Measure D revenues. Those fundings are used for storm repair and infrastructure maintenance, and also this used for transportation, developing input on transportation uses of the Santa Cruz Branch Rail Line, including the Zeppert project. It can involve the community input, other public transit planning, and environmental economic analysis. So we've seen those funds used for a variety of planning studies, as well as storm repair, infrastructure maintenance. And something that's really important about this category is, RTC owns the 32-mile rail line, and as the owner, we need to protect our assets. So in thinking about how we use these funds over the life of Measure D, we want to be very conservative and prudent to prepare for any potential impacts that might occur to the property owned by RTC. Next slide. The State Route 9 San Lorenzo Valley Corridor Plan. You've probably heard about hopefully you've heard about or are familiar with the Felton's Complete Streets Plan that was discussed at the prior item. These improvements include sidewalk improvements, crossing improvements, bus stop access. As was mentioned in your previous item, there's $10 million that was set aside for this. That does not increase over time. It's not tied to escalation. So we're very careful with how these funds are used. Next slide. So in your prior action, you did not include the $679,000 in funding for the Felton Complete Streets enhancement projects. There is funding that's previously programmed within Measure D to accommodate this request. There's no new funding that's recommended, but we'll use what's currently programmed for this project. It's important to note because there is a fixed amount of $10 million. that anytime we add additional funds, like any of our projects, to one project, there's less funding available for other areas in the San Lorenzo Valley. So we're carefully trying to juggle that, and one of the reasons you saw the application to the Consolidated Grants Program. Next slide. The wildlife crossing was completed in 2023 at Laurel Curve on Highway 17. We did do an inter-program loan from the Highway Corridors program, and so you'll see that in the Measure D 5-year plan being paid back over the life of Measure D. Next slide. Oh. Well, that concludes my presentation. I had
Any commissioners' questions? Commissioner questions?
That happened last time.
Commissioner Clark.
So taking a look here on page 19.6, we talk about the coastal rail trail segments. Why is the final design cost for the interim trail configuration, trail on rail, $10 million? Why is that significantly higher than the $8.3 million for the ultimate trail configuration? Is that correct, or is it typo, or?
Good question. I'll defer the specifics to Rob Tidmore at County of Santa Cruz Project Manager and Matt Starkey from City of Santa Cruz. But one important thing to note is that 8.3 is in addition to what's been previously allocated for final design. So I'll let them speak to the total cost of final design, but it is greater than 10 million.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Rob Tidmore, Principal Planner for Santa Cruz County. Thank you, Commissioner Clark, for the question. So just to reiterate the question to make sure I understand it correctly, you're referring to the table that compares, the table that compares the cost of final design for the interim trail versus the ultimate trail. Is that correct in the?
Yeah, and it's on page 19.6 of the staff report for that.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll speak to 10 and 11 specifically. So the difference in price between final design for the ultimate trail, which is $5.7 million for 10 and 11, and the interim trail for segments 10 and 11 as of $5.1 million. The number for the interim trail includes $2 million in potential seismic retrofits. So designing the seismic retrofits for both the two rail bridges, one over Rodeo Gulch and one over New Brighton Bridge. And we don't know yet whether that will be required because we have not done the seismic analysis of those bridges. So it's sort of a worst case scenario. Assuming that those bridges do need seismic retrofits, this funding would include enough design work to modify those bridges.
And would that work be necessary no matter which trail configuration we went with, or is this just specific for one versus the other?
That's a great question. Yeah. So because the ultimate trail is providing standalone prefabricated pedestrian bridges adjacent to the rail bridges, that design is not necessary for the ultimate trail, but it could be necessary for the interim trail because we are reusing those bridges for pedestrian use.
Wow, excellent response. Thanks. It does help clear it up. I appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
And go ahead, Commissioner.
A follow-up question having to do with whether the costs that are provided in the table, which is, there's a table on 1922 and 1921, are they escalated costs for the interim trail? What kind of escalation do these costs represent?
So great question, Commissioner Schifrin. So the costs for right-of-way category dash mitigation, so that would be, environmental mitigation that's required to mitigate for environmental impacts to the trail, as well as the construction have been escalated under both tables. So they're escalated for the interim trail. They're also escalated for the ultimate trail. However, there's a difference in the timeline for those. So for the interim trail, the escalation was advanced to, assuming the projects in a worst case scenario do not start until January of 2029. So there's an additional year and a half or so of escalation built into the interim trail estimates versus the ultimate trail, which is escalated to roughly December of 2028.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then I had one other question, if I might. On page 19, 16, there doesn't seem to be any funding programmed for the rail trails 13 through 17, 19. So I did ask, I just wanted to get from maybe the director or you, Grace, the response for how future programming of the South County trails is going, trail segments is going to be incorporated.
Thank you for asking that question. I got a little thrown off. I guess one of my slides was hidden, so apologies there. Yes, a key consideration in putting together for the Measure D 5-year plan was preserving future funding for segments in and around the city of Watsonville. You might have seen that it was previously listed as segment 18 in the table, and we've broadened that to look at what we could deliver. So this proposed 5-year plan preserves the option for the commission to program $30 million in addition to the current 4.8 program to City of Watsonville as early as fiscal year 3031. It's not a part of today's recommendation to program that fund, but that is preserved for that option in the future. And right now, if you look at how much has been have been committed previously to segments 7 through 12, it's roughly $35 million as well. So we took that direction to try to preserve future funding for the equity purposes.
Would there be any problem in programming some of that $30 million to really encourage starting work on those segments? It seems if maybe it would come up next year, maybe not. But I think, I think the commission has expressed a strong desire to really start moving assertively on getting funding for those South County segments. So it's a little bit discouraging that it's not in this 5-year plan, even if it's just a limited amount to really be there to encourage staff to start working more actively on that. I think that would be desirable. So I don't.
Can I respond to that? Oh,
sure.
Oh. Go ahead, Murray. I have a response.
Somebody's going to respond.
Thank you. Murray Fonts, Assistant Public Works Director. I appreciate the promotion, but Assistant Public Works Director, City of Watsonville. Watsonville appreciates the opportunity we've had to work with commission staff on bringing the rail trail down to Watsonville. We were asked to stand down while the Zeppert report took place with the understanding that $4.8 million had been programmed and would be immediately available once the report was done. I know the report's not done, but it's done far enough that we're ready to move ahead. Zeppert report identified that because of the width needed where the rail passes through Walker Street, that the trail would need to be shifted to another street. So we're anxious to move ahead with that project because it'll improve pedestrian and bicycle facilities within Watsonville. So we're working on putting together an active transportation program, Cycle 8 grant next year to go after design and construction funding for that. We had an opportunity to meet with Grace last week to discuss this. So we got our boots on the ground and we're moving ahead to use the design that's been preliminary created through the Zeppert and develop the bicycle and pedestrian facilities that would accompany the rail corridor improvements for the passenger rail system. Whether the passenger rail system happens sooner or later, Watsonville would then be able to benefit from these improvements sooner. So it would include a portion of Rodriguez Street and then go down Beach Street and provide facilities that currently don't exist.
So could I follow up and just clarify, are you saying that it would be helpful to the city to have some funding programmed in this 5-year plan in terms of your efforts to move those projects forward?
Yes, and currently there is $4.8 million, and looking at this, I know it's a 5-year plan, but it's truly a 1-year plan because you're going to come back and do this again. The 4.8 that's currently programmed will get us through the next year, and we'll be in a better position, if needed, to say, please supplement that with additional funding.
But it is a 5-year plan, so programming money in future years would be an indication of the commission's commitment to keep moving the projects forward.
Well, if you insist, yes, please program the $30 million over the next 5 years.
From
and
you
we'll
is
use
like,
it.
do you want it or not?
I get it.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
So Commissioner, if I may, the way that projects get developed, we have 4.8 million that's committed and programmed and ready to use for kind of pre-construction work to better scope the project. And then at some point, we will, the intent of staff, and we're working very closely with City of Watsonville staff, is to, once we go through this process and we develop the project a little bit more, at some point, we're going to be ready for going after more grants like construction grants. Those are the big ones, right? So we think that if we start now, give us a little bit of time to develop the project, and then in some of these out years where we'll potentially have some more capacity, that's the timing that we're looking at programming a significant amount for these projects for construction match. That's our approach. Did that clarify?
It does, but I think in the public realm, the commission has gotten a lot of criticism recently for its lack of support for South County projects. And, there are those who trust the commission to do what you say we're going to do, and there are those who don't trust the commission to do what we say we're going to do. So my sense is it may be a sign of good faith to include in the 5-year plan additional funding in subsequent years as an indication that the commission is serious about moving forward with these projects. I think I have not been involved in projects in the segments in the South County, but I think there's been a lot of frustration over how long it's taken decisions to be made and projects to be done. So I think the Commission's attempt to expedite moving forward in the South County is important.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
I just want to say I'd support Commissioner Schifrin's suggestions, because I think that it's good to have these projects ready to go, shovel ready, if we are going to seek these grants. And we need to make sure that we finish with, I'm not sure what stage it's at, but at least finish all the planning, scoping, pre-construction now so that we're ready, shovel ready by the time we look for grants.
If I can, I'd just like to add that we're preparing a request for proposal for that first phase of the environmental review for segments 13 through 20. And at that point, we will return to the commission for a contract award to begin that work. And that might be another time to consider additional programming, because we'll know how much the cost of that work will be. Of course, you could direct staff to incorporate additional funding at this time, but we're still working on our cost estimates, and it will really be based on what bids we receive. We expect the request for proposal to be out in the next few weeks, and probably will continue to go through the procurement process over the holiday and be back to you in early next year with some of those cost estimates. Another option.
Commissioner Lilero.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Keeley, thank you for bringing this up. This has been an issue with our South County residents. So you answered my question. So my question was going to be about the current status of funding for Watsonville segments. It appears that our projects has been deprioritized once again, and I would like to understand the timeline. So you gave me the timeline, and I wish it could have been put into this plan sooner, because Watsonville is asking for that rail and trail now. So if we receive our portions of this segment, our community could live a little bit healthier life traveling back and forth from Santa Cruz. But thank you for working hard on this report, and hopefully we could see something happen, come to fruition in Watsonville.
Any commissioners online? So we'll go to public comment.
Andy, don't go yet. I want to thank you. Thank you for your comments. I really do appreciate your
very much appreciate Andy's comments. I think that was a slam dunk of a message. He left before I could thank him. I will stop giving him and his boss a hard time.
Well, duly noted.
Good. You tell him when he gets back.
I'll second that.
So just one other suggestion is that as a single project, we can pull the rails up, leave the ties from Watsonville to Santa Cruz. I know it's a little, that's what you can do. I know you guys don't believe us on all the things we tell you, but I'm telling you, you can pull the rails, at least make it a gravel trail. And that's the kind of, if you could do that, that would be great for Watsonville and South County. So let's think about doing that. So again, I appreciate Andy leading the charge for the interim trail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. Matt Starkey, Transportation Manager at the City of Santa Cruz, also the Project Manager for segments 8 and 9. I want to thank the Commission for continuing to support our work and with the recommendations to program funding. I do think it's important to remember about a slight distinction in the staff recommendation here. The $2 million in funding that was previously programmed is intended for construction. So in order to maintain the RTC's commitment to get the construction funding for this project in the future, I think it's important that this funding is actually programmed in addition, not just shifting the money around. And then also back in April of 2024, the Commission agreed to fully fund, committed to fully funding segments 10 and 11. The city has been moving forward with the project without that same commitment. And I think it'd be very helpful for us as we continue to work through the challenges of this project if we were to have that same assurance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. We support funds for the ultimate trail configuration and funds to initiate environmental work on the Zephyr project in the future. We will lose our ATP grant if this Commission disregards the reality that rail banking is a dead end for our trail project. Please look at other options to fund the ultimate trail. Borrowing from one Measure D pot to fund another may be feasible. Do we prioritize cars or active transportation? Consider using other Measure D funds to close the gap quickly on building segments 10 and 11 of the trail. And we think San Luis Obispo did something recently to save their larger CTC grant. Ask Capitola to step up and fund the more expensive trail option that they chose, which is a large percentage of a total overage. Consider a cheaper, narrower trail closer to the rail line through the densest portion of the county. And the costs of the interim trail must also be included in the full extent of costs to realize the ultimate trail, removing and disposing of ballast, disposing of interim trail, and rebuilding the ultimate trail once passenger rail is implemented. Stay with the plan. Thank you.
Matt Farrell, speaking for Friends of the Rail and Trail Commissioners. I just want to reiterate our opposition to rail banking and to the interim trail. When you look at the life cycle costs of the project, the interim trail will be more expensive than the ultimate trail in the final completion with the installation of rail. And lastly, we support staff's recommendations about dealing with the decisions that were made under item 18 in order to refund sections 10 and 11 and 8 and 9, and would also support the city of Santa Cruz in their request for support for moving forward with those those 4 segments.
Thank you.
I'm Paula Bradley, and I would like to ask the Commission to support continued funding for the ZPERT item, which includes funding for segments 13 to 20, the South County segments, to continue the Coastal Rail Trail design, pre-construction, and preserve the ATP grant funds or leveraging new funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Evans. I live in the city of Santa Cruz. I support the South County Trail segments, prioritizing construction there as part of the Zeppert multimodal project. And I oppose anything that would harm the overall project, which is incredibly important for all the parts of the county, but especially South County. And that includes putting any kind of interim trail on top of the tracks, which would decertify the Zeppert program and lose all of the progress that we've made so far on creating this incredible joint mobility program that serves all of Santa Cruz County. So I urge you to have flexibility in your approach to interim trail or phase one trail and consider moving it to just right up against the tracks right next to it. And, you know, if the CPUC doesn't like trails next to the tracks, they sure won't like trail on top of the tracks. Thanks, guys.
Lowell Hurst. When I think about the history of what's going on here, and when I think about the need in the community, I reflect upon several years ago, our former mayor, Ari Parker, came to this body and said, hey, why don't you start the rail and trail stuff in Watsonville first instead of the other way around? Well, that was then, this is now. What you're moving forward with should be focused on equity, focused on where the real need is, who the most vulnerable are, who the most under-resourced are, and those that need the help the most. So in your deliberations and your precision budget crunching and chopping, let's make sure that the most needy are, the needs of the most needy are met first. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in chambers, anybody online?
Yes, we do. Michael.
Thank you, Commissioners. While we are deciding to continue with the ultimate trail or switch to the interim trail, shouldn't we put a hold on plans and pre-construction costs of the ultimate trail? Also support more South County projects and funding going in that direction. For years, my friend Brett Garrett and the last couple of years myself have been to several community meetings on all this stuff. We have always commented on PRT, put in emails, spoke at these meetings, and yet PRT is being ignored. I want to suggest that PRT is extremely important, especially when it comes to the arguments about grant funding. PRT needs no federal or state funding, so it would eliminate a lot of issues that you're going through today. Thank you for your time.
David loves public transit.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, yeah, sadly, North County seems to be a bit of a hotbed of privileged NIMBYism. Case in point, Capitola at the last moment changed their mind and said, nah, we're not going to work with you anymore on trail stuff, you know, perhaps under Greenway pressure. Please move everything to South County, trail and Zeppert work, including even asking the CTC to allow our huge grant to be applied for a similar scope down there. Thanks.
Brett Garrett.
Hi, yeah, Brett Garrett. I'm hearing so much concern about ripping out the tracks, but what I read in the Zeppert report is that most of the tracks need to be removed first before they can put in new tracks that meet the freight standards. So I don't know. I kind of like Brian's suggestion, if I understood it correctly, about using the rail ties as part of an interim trail, and being able to put the tracks back if needed. Personal rapid transit can provide better transportation, and it could start with stations all around Watsonville. You know, it could start that way, and it doesn't need the rails. So anyway, the rails are not necessary for transit because we have a better solution that will cost less. Thank you.
Username owner. Username owner. Okay, we'll come back to them. Ray Cancino.
Hello. Please fund and plan for both rail and trail. Rail and trail will be critically important for the future. Rail banking will delay both projects for years, and it will be a dead end. Thank you.
Ray Cancino.
Just bringing in on my conference, but just wanted.
We can't hear you.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Just wanted to thank you all for your continued commitment to making Santa Cruz County the most mobile county in the state. This year's 5-year plan for Lift Line includes an additional 1,500 one-way trips as a result of increasing our ability to add more drivers on the road in this year's plan. So just wanted to thank you all and the RTC staff for their commitment and dedication to making Santa Cruz County more mobile for everybody. Thank you so much.
John Will.
Hey, y'all. So if we build to passenger rail standard instead of freight rail standard, it'll be cheaper. We can do it faster. There's more money available for it. And energy companies can never mine the Monterey Bay. The Monterey Bay Formation is the oil engine of California oil. It is too attractive. They will never quit. There's just billions of barrels of oil right at the top there. It's no coincidence that certain lobbyists sit on certain boards. Like passenger rail, that's the one to go for. It's the win all around. Everyone gets what they want except the bad actors. And fuck them. Be well.
Barry Scott.
Thank you, commissioners. I beg you to keep rail banking off the table. It is effectively the end of a rail possibility in the future. It doesn't have to be built tomorrow. It doesn't have to be funded today. We haven't even looked at all the different ways that it could be done less costly fashion. When projects compete with one another, completely sacrificing one in order to expedite another is just the wrong way to go. So I urge you to do everything you can to continue building the trail without rail banking. I also want to invite everyone to next Tuesday night at 6:30. Rod Deardon Sr. is going to be a speaker to the Mid-County Democratic Club, and we're going to have one of the nation's foremost experts on rail bank. I will send an email invitation.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
So close public comment. I'll bring it back to commission for a proper motion. Commissioner Kidney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would move the staff recommendation with the following modifications. And Ms. Parra, thank you very much for putting up my scribbled notes. I appreciate that. But
This is a paper napkin.
Sincerely do appreciate that. So here we go. It might be slightly different. So the motion is to move the staff recommendation with the following modifications. Utilize $679,000 in funds from Measure D, SLV Highway 9 Corridor 5-year plans for the Felton San Lorenzo Valley Schools Complete Street Enhancement in the year of construction. Number two, to program $2,730,000 additional funds from the active transportation MBSST to segments 8 and 9 in fiscal year 25-26. Third, to advance $3,600,000 of fiscal year 27-28 funds from the active transportation MBSST to segments 10 and 11 for fiscal years 25 and 26. And finally, to commit to fully funding segments 8 and 9 with state, federal, and local funding sources, and direct staff to work with the city and county project sponsors on resolving the funding challenges to meet requirements of the active transportation grant program. That is the motion.
I would second it, but ask if the maker of the motion would be willing to add another, number 5, which would be to program $10 million of remaining active transportation funds for the South County projects.
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
And let me just say,
You seconded it.
I would
so
second,
you're agreeable.
Right, I'm agreeable to what I recommended.
There we go.
And I think one of the reasons for programming it now is the staff has indicated that they're going to be actively trying to find grants for building those segments. And having, those grants will require a local share. And if my understanding is correct, it is helpful when you're going after competitive grants to have allocated funding for the local share in terms of making them more competitive. So I think as we move forward with those segments over the coming years, having funding set aside that staff can point to and looking for the outside grants that are going to be critical in making those projects happen, it would be helpful to have that additional funding program.
I just want to provide some comments. Thank you for that added amendment, because like I said, that provides a balance for us and something that we be very supportive of because both all those segments are really appreciated, especially for the density and 8, 9, 10, and 11. But like I said, for our community, they also want to see some of the projects being made over here. So thanks.
Mr. Chairman, might I open on my motion? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will not try to take a long time, which is your indication I'll take a long time. I said I'd try, not that I would accomplish that. Mr. Chairman, don't be afraid too much of where I start this, but when I came back from serving in the legislature, and was appointed county treasurer, one of the things that a couple of RTC commissioners asked me to do at the time was head up something called the Transportation Funding Task Force. And it was 100 people, and it lasted a year, and it led to the first Measure D. And my sense of that experience during that year and then the adoption of Measure D was this, that the value proposition made with the voters was, if you raise your taxes for this many years, we will attempt to get these big things done. And the big things in that were, there would be freeway widening with capacity for Metro to be able to take more advantage of more rapid transit. I use that as a colloquial term, not as a technical way, for bus riders. The freeway would be widened under the theory that that would create less congestion and more throughput and so on. Second piece, I think, was, and I know this actually, was that was when the rail line had been purchased. And the question at that point was, what do we do with this? A lot of ideas on what to do. But at that stage, when we asked voters to adopt Measure D, the promise to them was, we will run downfield on both rail and trail. And then I think the final component was, there are other funds in here for other activities which reduce congestion, increase the efficiency of all component parts of our system. I don't think it should surprise anybody that not all of that moved at exactly the same pace. Freeways are known quantities. All the right-of-way is there. It's a sort of old-fashioned thing to do. There's not a lot of mystery about how to do it. The funders understand it, et cetera. And so that can move, I think, a lot faster than some of the other component parts. Certainly, the trail and the rail have been combined in some people's minds, separated in other people's minds, and so on. I think where we find ourselves today is that the freeway moved ahead. Those folks who thought that was really important got the benefit of the bargain. I think what folks are asking now is, how did the other component parts get the benefit of the bargain? I think in that regard, the trail components are faster and easier to do, we are learning, than is anything about rail. Longer, more expensive, more compound, more complex, and so on. I think what on item 18 and now on item 19, what we're doing as a commission, if we adopt this, is to say, we're keeping faith with everybody who voted for this. Some voted for one reason, some voted for another reason. We are keeping faith with all of that. It is unrealistic to expect all of those to advance simultaneously at the same pace with all the funding decisions and so on. So I want to thank commissioners who engaged in a problem-solving effort on 18 and 19 over the last few weeks. I want to thank the staff for having laid out a architecture for how to do it that we could then, as commissioners, amend to try to meet what we think are these promises that we made, promises that we feel obligated to keep, but understanding that as reality intersects the aspirations, we're going to have to, as time moves on, and this is one of those times, adjust how we respond to them, how we keep faith with the voters. And I think that does that. Now, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners, for your good work on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Very good synopsis. Anybody?
Really quick, I think, I'm thankful for this motion. I'll be supporting the motion. I think the additional funding for South County will assure that in case there's matching grants, that South County is competitive for that seed money, and also assuring that the project is shovel-ready by the time we go out for any grants as well. So that's it.
Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the commissioners and the staff for your good work on this. I do have a question for staff and then a couple comments around the SLV Highway 9 corridor. Staff disappeared. Oh, she went ducked below. The staff recommendation on page 9 or on 19.8 had said program additional funds, although the motion says utilize funds. Can you just clarify the difference between those two actions?
I agree, it's a little bit confusing, and thanks for asking that question. It's actually, those funds are already programmed. So we said program specifically to the Felton San Lorenzo Valley School Complete Streets, but in the program, a project, if you look under, I think it's fiscal year 26, 27, we have the 700,000 already programmed. So I should have used a different language there and said identify specifically that it goes towards the Felton San Lorenzo Valley. So it's already programmed. We're just specifying that's the where it's going to be allocated to that project.
And so the motion is inclusive of what you're recommending. So thank you for that. And I just want to make a couple comments because thank you to the staff for applying for this project for the previous item. And thank you to all the stakeholders who demonstrated the value of continuing to have safe streets along SLV corridor, around the schools. It's clear that it rose to the top during this application cycle, and I'm glad that it can be programmed with the existing funds. However, I want to encourage you to keep applying. If this funding comes available again in a couple years, we will utilize the funding that's been set aside for the San Lorenzo Valley, and we will need additional funding. And so it continues to be a priority. It continues to be something that I'll be advocating for. However, given the competing priorities before us today, my interest in seeking compromise and collaboration where everybody in our county feels like they are benefiting from the decisions of the commission today, I'm supporting this action, utilizing the Measure D funds. That said, expect me to come advocate for future funding as well. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, can I get a roll call?
I'm sorry, Chair, can the motion be repeated?
Yeah.
With the commentary as well.
Excuse me, we have a board clerk who can repeat the motion. I mean, is that what was asked for?
Yes.
Yeah, well.
Yes, please.
Try to keep up.
It's very difficult to hear online. I'm keeping up as best I can. Thank you.
Let's go.
Commissioner Quiroz-Caro, can you see the document that I just shared?
Yes, thank you.
Is that in the added amendment allocation for $10 million?
$10 million being programmed for the South County segments.
Can I make a quick comment, please? You said 10 million. I would like to recommend the commissioners that instead of allocating 10 million, we should move to allocate 30 million to South County.
I would not support that. I think, we don't know what those segments are going to cost. We don't know what the local share is.
It's just been a long time waiting for South County. We need to get this.
Well, you may not need the money. That's what I'm saying. We need to find out what exactly what the local share is going to be once there are grants. And you can make it as as an amendment to the motion. I'm not supportive of it. I think.
I'll go ahead and make it into amendment to the motion.
Can I get a second? I don't see a second, so it dies, and then we continue on the motion.
If I could provide a little bit of context for the coastal rail trail projects in and around Watsonville, staff has done some preliminary work on these trail segments, and they are very large projects. They are in the magnitude of hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of construction costs. So an amount of 30 million would be very close to equivalent to how much was programmed to segments in the northern and middle section of our county. And it may not be enough for a 20% grant match, looking at the cost estimates that we have today.
Well, I'm not opposed to doing it eventually. I just think we need more information.
This is a point of order. We've
Yeah.
already been through this.
Just call the question.
Commissioner Jensen?
Aye.
Commissioner Keeley?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Montesino?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Commission Alternate Schifrin?
Aye.
Commissioner DeSerpa?
Aye.
Commissioner Koenig?
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Commissioner Quiroz-Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Leonor?
No.
That passes with 1 no.
With that, we're going to move on to number 20 is Highway 1 Freedom Boulevard, State Park Drive, auxiliary lanes, and bus and shoulder and coastal rail trail segments 12 project construction, administrative strategy options.
22.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair. This is Amin Abu Amara. I'm the Director of Capital Projects at the RTC. I was waiting for the presentation to be on. Thank you. The staff report in front of you today is to present you with the construction administration strategies for the segment 3 of the Highway 1 corridor improvements. The segment 3 is from Freedom Boulevard to State Park Drive, which will include the auxiliary lanes, bus and shoulder, coastal rail trail segment 12, and next slide, please. You have seen this figure 1 before. This shows you the Corridor 1 improvements that are currently going on for segment 1, which is from Soquel Drive to 41st Street, which is highlighted by the Chanticleer POC that you have seen the opening of it a couple of months ago. And the segment 2, which is from 41st Street to State Park Drive, which is highlighted by the Capitola Avenue Bridge that will be open to public by the end of this year, very early next year, as well as the what our director just pointed out, the Mar Vista POC, which started construction. Segment 3 is the last segment of the corridor enhancement, which goes from State Park to Freedom Boulevard, and also has 2 components. What you see now here is the first component, which has the auxiliary lanes and bus and shoulders and some bridges in the state right-of-way. And between these 2 bridges that you could see in the rail trail overcrossings, the second component of this project, next slide, please. This is the second component of the project, which is basically the segment 12 of the trail, the coastal trail. And it goes from the intersection of our rail line from State Park Drive, going north and going over the State Highway 1, going through the Aptos Village, coming back south to cross the highway again, and intersect with Rio Del Mar and Sumner Avenue. It's about 1.25 miles. And this figure 2 is the second component of this project. So we are going to present you with the couple of strategies for construction administration. We have been working for the last decade, partnering very well with the state, with Caltrans, the Department of Transportation for the state. And we, in the last few months, we have been working with them diligently to come up with the strategies of the construction administration, as they have been our construction administration partner for the first 2 segments. So I'm going to just go, next segment, please. Just very quick highlights of this project. In 2020, we entered into co-op agreement. We, the RTC, entered into co-op agreement with Caltrans for the environmental clearance document, what we call the project approval and environmental document, as we were the implementing agency and Caltrans provided oversight. The environmental document clearance was completed in 2023. Also in 2023, we entered in another cooperative agreement to do the design, now the plan specification and estimates, as well as the right-of-way components of the project, again, as the RTC implementing agency with Caltrans oversight. In 2024, next slide, please. In 2024, and to apply for the state, for the Senate Bill 1 grant in cooperation with Caltrans, we, next slide, please. We committed to implementing the construction component of the Coastal Rail Trail Segment 12. Thus, the RTC approved splitting the project into 2 separate standalone projects. In 2025, the RTC was successful in securing the State Cycle 4 Senate Bill SB1 grant for $94 million for this project construction. We were also successful for federal mega grant for $30 million. And with that, our funding for the project was complete. So next slide, please. So where are we right now with the project? We are in the final design stages. We are at 95% design, as well as the right-of-way is underway. And we are scheduled for construction for late fall 2026. The two strategies we identified are basically hybrid, where Caltrans would be our partner to do the construction. They will be the implementing agency for the construction administration for whatever is in the state right-of-way, meaning all the auxiliary lanes, bus and shoulders, and the bridges in the state right-of-way. And we, as the RTC, will be the implementing agency for the segment of the trail, segment 12 of the trail, and we're going to be working hand in hand with Caltrans. Or the second strategy will be the RTC will take on the entire project and be the implementing agency for construction administration. Next, please. Current estimated construction cost for this project is $200 million. The split is approximately 70% for the what was in Figure 1, which is within the state right-of-way, 30% for the segment 12 trail with two steel bridges along that segment as well. There are added costs from the splitting of the project, which is about $12 to $15 million, identified as an estimate right now. Basically, just estimating that there will be two contracts, there will be two contractors, two construction administration teams, and that kind of represent about 7 to 9% of the total project cost. Staff still believes that some of these extra costs will be offset due to the Caltrans experience of delivering this hybrid project. Now, the next couple of slides will I'll just give you some highlights of both strategies. And I'm concentrating on strategy 1 because this will be the recommended by staff. So next slide, please. Strategy 1, we have worked with Caltrans and we have studied our options very well at the staff level and discussing this with Caltrans. And we believe, based on the experience that we had with delivering segment 1 and segment 2, that Caltrans has these benefits that we as the RTC and the community will realize from them partnering with us and delivering the hybrid project. Some of these benefits I highlighted here: operations and maintenance knowledge of the Highway 1 corridor. They have the construction administration experience of our corridor, being the one for segment 1 and 2. They have all the supporting functional units needed in their District 5 office in San Luis Obispo, as well as for the structures and headquarters. They have the experience managing the state Senate Bill 1 grants, as well as the federal grants. So as far as administration, project management, and programming, we're basically going to be assisted with their expertise on that. They have an on-call construction administration consultant contract that will give us the advantage that all the personnel for the construction administration will be handled and any possible staff turnover will also be handled in the 4-year-long construction duration of the project. Next slide, please. Continuing strategy 1, we will be the implementing agency for the trail component. We will have to solicit construction administration management company. We'll also need to employ 2 additional full staff engineers or project management. Basically, that's for a full-time construction engineer that will follow up the daily construction activities, as well as the project controls, logistics, invoicing, and all of the other functions needed for administering construction management contract. And then this split will also have a schedule shift between 4 to 6 months, basically shifting construction to be ready through the spring, summer of 2027. Strategy 2 is simple. We will be the implementing agency for the entire project. We will assume total control of the construction administration of the project. We will probably avoid the initial 12 to 15 million estimated increase in construction cost from the split. And the RTC will have to solicit a 3 times larger construction admin contract with a consultant, and we will also need 3 additional staffing positions. So as a result of this, and after good deliberation and working with all our partners, staff recommends, next slide, please. Staff recommends strategy 1, the Caltrans RTC hybrid implementation, with Caltrans being the implementing agency for the construction of the Highway 1 auxiliary lanes and bus and shoulder portion of the project between Freedom Boulevard to between Freedom Boulevard to State Park Drive, including the 2 pedestrian overcrossings and the 2 rail bridges, and the RTC being the implementing agency for the construction of the Coastal Rail Trail Segment 12 portion of the project. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Shippen.
With the staff recommended strategy, is there sufficient funding in the grant budget and the total budget to pay for that strategy, or will there be a need for additional funding?
We have sufficient funding. This is one of the things we had to kind of investigate and make sure that we have enough funding in what was programmed for the Major D Segment 3 project. So there is enough funding for the anticipated cost. And if I may add that these are estimated costs of increase at the beginning, that we are hoping that when bids are opened up, that we can get some competitive construction contract bids, especially if someone bids on the larger project within the state right-of-way, and then they get that contract, that will probably behooves them, and they'll be interested to get the second part, so they will be very competitive with it. So part of what we're anticipating as 12, 15 million might actually be decreased eventually. Then the construction support part that we are also anticipating in adding some of the construction engineering costs that we're going to manage, that will be offset by some savings that currently Caltrans has realized also in the project. We understand that every construction project also has some unforeseen, expected unforeseen projects. We're trying to learn from all the lessons that we learned from the corridor on Signal 1 and Signal 2, and we're hoping that we will be in control, more in control of managing this segment than the last 2 segments.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the great presentation and putting together a pretty thorough staff report on this. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions, though. So when our friends from Caltrans visited us last for their cost overruns, one of the premiums that we paid on this was the fact that Caltrans didn't have enough staff, and they had to farm out work to consultants, which ultimately cost us more per hour than what the Caltrans would have billed us for. So my concern and my question is, if we went forward with Caltrans, the hybrid project, and Caltrans managing this, is there some assurance that they have the staff to actually carry this out, or will we be looking at another round of cost overruns because we had to pay a premium for outside engineers?
Thank you. This is an excellent question that we actually have worked on this, and we, in our few months of working with Caltrans, we know for sure that Caltrans will bring consultants to manage this project because the current staffing and the current needs for District 5 is above and beyond that their staff only can manage. And we have also our ex officio, the chief deputy of Caltrans District 5 that you can add to that. However, we knew coming into this strategy number one that they will be using the consultants, and we had that in mind, and we had that also accounted for in the calculation of our construction support services. In fact, we are actually happy that they have that they have that ability, because in their on-call construction management contract, we have the ability that they could cover any staff overrun, which really is a very important aspect into managing a construction project with this size, because oftentimes people retire, oftentimes people change jobs, and sometimes it's very hard to keep the key personnel on that project. And the fact that Caltrans will be responsible for the project with whoever they bring to manage, whether it's from this consultant or that consultant, they are still responsible for this delivery. So this is something that we actually feel comfortable with, and at the same time, we know that and I have watched, how Caltrans operates. Sometimes, it feels like these, their cost overruns. Maybe we have the feeling that, they might not care about our money because they are the state, but they do. And I have seen this myself and with my assistant engineer. We are there with the negotiations with the contractors. We are there with how, they charge their staff charges and consultant charges to the project. So we feel comfortable that we have a solid partner for this segment.
Well, thank you for that. I just, and I'm sure you can see where I'm getting at here, is I just don't want some assurance from Caltrans that, yeah, we have the people to do it, and then on the back end, we're going to see, surprise, here's a bill for some cost overruns because, whoops, we didn't have the people. And none of my questions are meant to impugn anybody from Caltrans or to suggest there's ulterior motives. We're just trying to be responsible with our dollars and plan appropriately and responsibly for that. So I do have another question that's kind of geared towards that. So in May, on item 29, we addressed some cost overruns on the Highway 1 41st Avenue to SoCal Drive Auxiliary Lane project and the bus on shoulder. We learned that some of the cost overruns were because Caltrans didn't coordinate previous work with concurrent work on that project, and it resulted in some reworks and some cost overruns. So my question is, if we manage our own project, is there a better chance we can avoid these kind of under coordination cost overruns?
Another excellent question, Commissioner Clark. Yes and no. So
that's fair.
Yes, we could be in more control of how the construction cost overruns can be managed. Basically, trying and anticipate any, from the lessons learned from segment 1 and 2, what are the lessons learned? We basically, there were some utility conflicts that were not known at the time. There were some basically additional design elements that needed to be added that led to that. Not to say that Caltrans also didn't learn from our corridor what are the things that are particular to our corridor, that they would themselves also try and avoid these things. And actually, I am seeing this very clearly in the segment 2 construction administration of it. So we're not partnering with Caltrans because they are less expensive. We're partnering with Caltrans because they are more experienced in managing these kind of projects. And whether we get, which we would probably, I cannot promise you that we won't, have some more cost overruns, whether it's due to maybe design omissions, maybe unforeseen conditions in the site, maybe some added needs during construction. But I can assure you that everybody in this partnership is doing what they have to do to get this project as much as possible on schedule and within the budget.
And somehow I feel a little bit better if we're in control of some of those potential issues that could create cost overruns. I'm going to shift here just a little bit. So how would splitting the project under Strategy 1, how would that affect the administration of the 94 million SB1 grant and the 30 million federal mega grant? Are there risks or delays or complications in amending the funding agreements?
No, actually, I actually checked with the Caltrans staff on this very clearly. In fact, they do that all the time. They have done it with the other counties along the corridor in District 5, and it's about just making sure that what we put in the baseline agreement, which we have to do, it's currently scheduled in March, which we would come to you in the next month or so to give you a copy of the cooperative agreements. That will be spelled out in the baseline agreement. Basically, in this baseline agreement, as we know that the SB1 grant has 3 main partners now, we will add, it's the RTC, the county, and Metro for their shares of the grant. The Caltrans will be added as another person, another entity in the implementing agencies.
Great, thank you. So on your map and in the project, as we're all aware, there's a couple of points where these 2 projects actually converge, right? So in Strategy 1, right, well, we've got 2 different entities working on these 2 different portions of it. How would potential conflicts or claims between the 2 contracts, one for highway, one for trail, how would that be resolved? And who would bear the responsibility for any delays or costs?
So the reason for the 4 to 6 months shift in the later shift and getting to construction is basically to address also the point that you're bringing, which is an excellent point, and that also always comes with a split of project of this size along some borderline. So for that matter, when we discussed with Caltrans, they are going to be with us in the last few months of design, as well as another. We would probably have to employ a third-party consultant to do an independent constructability review, matching these 2 contracts together, aligning where the split of the project will be a reasonable split that will decrease any possible conflicts. All of this will be vetted, all of this will be agreed on, and basically that will kind of also dictate the exact amount of contracts for this, for the split of the engineer's estimate between the segment that will be administered by Caltrans and the segment that will be administered by us. Now, in addition to that, there will be some coordination, and there is another item that we would that is included in the construction support cost, that there will be also, in addition to the construction management, in addition to the construction management company that we'll have to solicit for segment 1, we would also solicit a construction management company independent of both to make sure that they help us with managing the expectations of these two projects. That is going to be what also our additional staff will be doing. So there will be definitely a lot of coordination to make sure that these things don't happen. They happen all the time. Conflicts happen, but we are going to try and manage these conflict expectations and decrease them.
Okay, and just one final question here for you. So under strategy or option number 1 here, where we're talking about the hybrid plan, there is this potential for an additional cost of 12 to 15 million, which is not insignificant. And I got to tell you, it gives me a little heartburn. So based on that, you did indicate, though, that staff believes that there would be some benefit that might pay back on that. Do we have some idea of how much that would be, or how much we could expect to benefit of that 12 to 15 million? Could we realize 7 million back in benefit because of using Caltrans's expertise, or have we quantified that at all?
We could realize all the 15 million.
We could, but do we have a realistic estimate?
No benefit.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to tell because we depend on, so the estimate that we came up with between the 12 and 15 million, and we actually sought the help of our designers, and it's basically 3 components. About $1 million, $1.3 million for costs for the design split of the packages. Every single sheet would have to be kind of looked at and made sure that it belongs to this contract or that contract, in addition to the special provisions, in addition to a lot of other things. So that's the cost for the design cost to split the projects. And then there comes 2 more costs, which basically the cost of splitting a bigger $200 million project into 140 and 60. So then some of the bid items, instead of being maybe for the economies of scale, instead of coding $1 for that item, you will code $1.05, if you know what I mean. So basically that is this little extra that we could realize from economies of scale. However, that's what I'm saying, that, you know, if the contractor that would get the bid for the bigger project chases after the other project, they will want to be in that project because they already have all the equipment there and everything. And although they will charge more mobilization and the same, they will charge mobilization, they will charge, all the other lump sum quantities. But then for the bid items, they might actually have it competitively bid so that they take the contract. So this is what we're looking for in terms of some of these expenses. So this is another, we're looking at 6 to 7 million of that increase that might actually be offset a little bit and because this is all public bidding. So everybody's trying to get that bid. Now, the third component of the extra is the construction engineering. So the construction engineering, we also, the construction support, we also added about 6-7 million because, first of all, we will have our own construction management consultant that we will have, and then adding also the couple of full-time engineers. But at the same time, this cost is already included in the 200 million. So the extra might not be that much, the 6 to 7 million. However, we were trying to give you a conservative number so that you see the number, but you see the benefits, hopefully. And
And I appreciate that. I'd rather see a worst-case scenario on that, so
that's what we're trying to conservative scenario.
Well, thank you for your responses to my question. I appreciate that.
Pleasure.
Thank you to my colleagues here for indulging my questions, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just a couple more quick questions. Just to sort of understand the scope of trying to do this internally. I mean, you mentioned strategy 1 would require us to hire 2 more internal staff, and strategy 2 would require 3 more. And then, sorry, I think if we do strategy 2, do we need 5 additional staff or 2? A total of 3. So it's not additive. Okay. All right. And then have any other jurisdictions taken on construction implementation of this size? I mean, like, obviously there's a giant risk in us trying to do all of this, right? Can we understand that risk by looking at how other jurisdictions have approached projects of this size, or is it simply not done?
Is your question about locally here or across the state?
I'm doing it across the state. I mean, obviously, we've never done it before here.
Sure. So across the state, from talking to others at statewide events and conferences, agencies like us elsewhere do have full-blown construction departments where they deliver very large programs of projects regionally. They also sometimes, like for example, VTA, who was one of my main clients back when I was in the private sector, they have such a robust construction team that there's a lot of value in that. And therefore, the local agencies like City of San Jose or City of Santa Clara and whatnot sometimes will contract with the VTA if they have a big, say, interchange project that they're sponsoring, but they don't have the resources to staff up. They would, oftentimes go to their partners at VTA who have this already established team. And it is a value for our region, because when we go to statewide events and we talk to other regions, they're all wanting to ask us how we're so successful in getting all these grants and delivering all these projects. And it's not easy. It's going to be a heavy lift for our agency either way. I just want to stress that this is a big deal for our agency, the makeup of our agency, the functioning of our agency. We have a heavy agenda, and the other items are getting a lot of attention, but this is a big deal for our agency and for our region. And regardless of which direction we go in, we are going to have to transform a little bit into more of a delivery agency because we have received this very large grant. So it's not uncommon to have other, CCTA, Contra Costa, VTA, San Mateo, TA, like they either will partner with Caltrans when it makes sense to, or they'll deliver it themselves, and they'll do that kind of benefit analysis like we're doing today.
Right. I mean, ultimately, it's going to impact your lives a lot more than it's going to impact our lives. So I'm inclined to trust your benefit analysis and your recommendation on this, even though, of course, the idea of a unified project where we're all just the same contractors on both is very appealing. But what I'm hearing is just the nature of the recommendation is that you feel that the risks of trying to do that heavy a lift internally and deliver the entire project ultimately outweigh the cost and time delay of doing it as separate projects. Is that a fair statement?
Either way, we're going to have to put out some very large contracts, I mean. So very large procurements, very large contracts that we will be awarding under either scenario. It's just like, large or extra large, right? Same with staffing. We're either going to have to staff up moderately or staff up a lot. So either way, it's a lift for our agency. And, we do work very closely with Caltrans and appreciate their collaboration. And it would be less of a lift for us if we did the second or the split hybrid approach.
Okay, thank you.
Any other Commissioner Schifrin?
It seems to me there's no good choice here. Given our experience with the highway projects and the cost overruns, the kinds of concerns that Commissioner Clark has raised are always of a concern. On the other hand, for an agency of our size that has just started moving into project delivery to take on a $200 million or $130 million project is an awful lot. And there are a couple of aspects of that that I don't think have been covered, or at least I didn't understand. One is, if you want to hire staff, are you hiring staff to do very complicated work for just one project? I mean, my sense is if you're building in a construction management component to your agency, you're going to have projects down the road. And I don't see other really big projects down the road. So it's a little tricky to try to staff up to be able to manage a project and then be offering the staff, this is their job, this is the one job. The other thing is my experience with Caltrans is that even if it's a state, because it's a state highway, they're going to have their nose in every aspect of what's done. So if we do the project, it's not like they're going to say, okay, go do it. We'll call, let us know when you're done. They're going to be involved in everything. They're going to want us to do it their way. They're going to want us to do it according to their requirements. It's not like we're going to be able to decide how it's going to be done. It's their road. And so they're going to make sure that we do it in a way that meets all of their requirements. And to the extent that by our doing it, there's less work for them, there may or may not be good feelings about that in terms of, well, what do these guys know? They're sort of taking on our responsibilities. So I'd sort of reluctantly would support the staff recommendation because I think there will be cost overruns, and there always are. But they're going to be cost overruns anyway. We can try to moderate them, and I hope that maybe through the projects that we're having now with Caltrans, relationships have developed so that we're more intimately involved as the construction project goes on so we can minimize those. So the fact that they're going to do the project because it's, we're on the hook for the cost overruns, our staff is going to be involved in the whole process very actively. And, there can be a benefit to having getting our feet wet with a smaller project and being able to pull that off with the segment 12 aspect of it. So, I think that, it's not an easy choice to make. It was interesting to me that the written staff report didn't have a staff recommendation, so we're just getting one here. So it sounds like it seems like it's one where the staff itself is conflicted because there are pros and cons either way we go. And, in the end, I do support the recommendation that staff has come up with.
Thank you. I appreciate your input, Commissioner Schifrin, because you've been, dating back to the, Morrissey SoCal project, and even prior to that, having Caltrans in the lead versus RTC in the lead, and we've done it both ways, and there are pros and cons to each. So I appreciate your perspective in that way, because there's a long history there of delivery of Highway 1 projects. And I will add about our agency and about where we stand today. We passed Measure D in 2016. We started the comprehensive multimodal corridor planning effort at that time. We completed that effort in 2019. That was the Unified Corridor Investment Study. Then we delivered the heck out of the preferred scenario of that Unified Corridor Investment Study. And here we are again, at this time, starting another planning cycle. So I would explain planning and project delivery, it happens in cycles, and I don't see us stopping delivery of projects in our region until the Measure D is completely exhausted. So, Measure D goes through 2047. We own a rail line. There's plenty to deliver there. But again, reiterating how valuable it could be for our region to have a well-suited delivery group as our agency we could be a resource to the transit district. If the transit district wanted to do a big project, we could be a resource to cities and the county of Santa Cruz for large projects like the Soquel Drive multimodal project. I mean, that's a big project for them. And so I see us, if we're going to, if it's not an if, it's as we step into this project delivery business, I don't see this valuable resource being a short-term thing. I think that it would be sustained over the long term because we're going to do a comprehensive multimodal corridor plan it will be done, 3-4 years or so? And then we'll have a new set of projects to deliver at that time. And that's about the time that this project construction will end. So this is, it seems like a short-term issue, but it really thinking about the broader life of Measure D and what this really could do for our region, it could be really valuable. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Any other commissioners' question? Commissioner Martinez?
Thank you. And I do know we still need to go to public comment, but since other commissioners are adding their comments, I might just add mine as well. Which is, I appreciate the two options coming before us. And what I hear Director Christensen say is that, there's possibility for RTC to transform into something different. But I don't think that that's the question that's before us today. I look forward to having a more strategic conversation about what the RTC's role is in our community. What's our role with the rail line? What's our role with bringing forward construction projects? What's our role with, planning future projects on rural highways, on state highways. And so I would recommend that the staff bring forward spaces where the commission can have this strategic discussion and perhaps set some strategic goals about where we're putting our resources and what our priorities are on a future discussion. So that way today we're not kind of using this action to back into a whole new line of business for the long haul, right? So given that, I'm going to be recommending the hybrid option, which is kind of getting our feet wet. And I would look forward to a greater conversation about potentially expanding our role as, construction partner, but when we have all the information. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. And with that, I'm going to go out to public comment. Anybody?
Hi, Brian with Trail Now. I agree with the hybrid. Best thing of all, we get to blame Caltrans if it's over budget, right? And of course, I really want to emphasize, try to keep that cross over the highway as much as possible. Then last thing, I just want to recognize Commissioner Clark. You ask phenomenal questions. You dig into the details. You do a phenomenal job doing that. And so I appreciate what you do, and it's a difficult thing. And most importantly, you do it so nicely. You're so nice when your delivery is just so good. It is. So anyways, we support the hybrid.
He's blushing.
Hi, thank you, commissioners and staff. I just had a couple questions. If you choose to split the program, I'm assuming that the RTC that we cover that difference of 12 to 15 million. The second question, can staff clarify for us, the voters, what are the intentions of this commission and staff regarding the rail bridges? This is really not clear. Timely replacement of the bridges as a part of the highway widening should be clearly included in all plans, estimates, costs, and work. Some of these rail bridges are being torn out only because the RTC has moved forward with highway widening. I might add, without the vote of the public majority for that segment. The cost to replace the rail bridges should be borne out by the highway widening budget, not funds earmarked for rail, and would appreciate a confirmation on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I can say good afternoon, commissioners. I didn't know the time change wasn't reflected over there. So I'm speaking right now as a member of the RTC's core bargaining unit. The employees of the RTC's core unit complete a significant amount of work so that you can conduct your business. As this item talks about adding new staff to the RTC, last fall, the RTC did approve a reorganization and added new staff. And as someone who works to juggle the workload of this agency, it's very much appreciated to have new staff to help us complete your business. What I want to communicate to you is the importance of new staff who are non-management being assigned to the core bargaining unit. Assigning non-managers to the mid-management unit is really inconsistent with the past practice. It creates inequities amongst our staff and who have similar levels of responsibility, and is starting to appear to be a strategy to undermine the RTC union. We saw this as part of our reorganization with the senior engineer position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Matt Farrell, speaking for Ford. At the board, we've talked about this, or at our board executive level, we've talked about this project, and we support scenario one, given the complexity of the project. And we also suggest that, or personally, I would suggest that it might be useful to look at using the same firm for both teams so that you have similar cultures in terms of the construction management firms. But I don't claim to have any experience building highways or bridges, but just some experience with construction management. And finally, I would just say that I'm glad to see the rail bridges included, and I'm assuming that they are in the $200 million cost estimate, their replacement. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, as you know, is anybody online?
Yes, we do. Michael Saint?
Thank you, everyone. Lots of complicated things going on here. As probably all of you well know, I'm not a fan of ox lanes and freeway widening. I feel that this project should be totally reevaluated, being from Aptos. I don't want to see 1,000 trees being taken down. Also, I see money possibly getting up into the $250 million for 2.5 miles of freeway widening, as well as tearing down trestles. You could also use that money for 10 miles of PRT project that would get you all the way from Watsonville up to Cabrillo. Seems much more interested funding, and will do more to reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. Also, it's kind of putting the cart before the horse. You don't know if you're going to be having a train, and you do not know which trail you're going to be using. So do we really need to demolish those trestles until you get this situation solved? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Brett Garrett?
Yes, I want to agree with the comments from Mike Saint and also the comments that Rick Longinati sent in a letter raising questions and concerns regarding the auxiliary lane project. The Caltrain EIR indicates the project fails to meet the project objective of reducing congestion. And I really don't support highway widening in general. Also, I don't support replacing railroad bridges at this time when the RTC has not yet decided to go forward with the Zeppert project. So let's do a proper study on personal rapid transit to prove that it can move more people better than Ox Lane's bus on shoulders or Zeppert for a fraction of the cost. And also the personal rapid transit would be available to people who don't own a car in a way that the freeway is not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Brown?
Hi, Jack Brown, resident of Aptos. Just wanted to give a quick agreement with Michael Saint and Brad Garrett over why are we budgeting for train bridges when we have the decision next month on that, and hopefully reconsider or reallocate that money towards trail. because those are awfully expensive bridges to be putting in if we're not going to be following the train. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin McGuire?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Michael Saint, Brad Garrett, and Jack Brown said. Yeah, if we don't know what we're spending on in the future, it's we shouldn't be planning on that for now. We have a lot of needs. We have a lot of roads that have that are in disrepair that need to be addressed. We have we just did with the union in Santa Cruz. We just made a deal with them, so we got a lot of money to spend elsewhere. Head Start just got cut. So yeah, let's look at all of our other needs and priorities, and before we commit to bridges that don't need to be replaced yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
With our closing public comment, and I'll bring it back for commissioners, I'll make the appropriate motion to move the staff recommendation and do the hybrid option.
Second.
So it's been moved and second. Commissioner?
This is strategy one, correct?
Yes. The hybrid.
I want to respond to public comments and ask a couple of questions about the rail bridges. My understanding is in the existing project for the freeway, the rail bridges will be replaced. Is that the case?
That is correct. That's part of the project. And the reason those railroad bridges need to be replaced is because the highway improvements to add the auxiliary lanes and the standard shoulders require the bridges to have longer spans. And the only way to do that is to replace the bridge. And so there's two of them.
Right. And my second question is for the segment 12 project, that includes a trail bridge over the highway, or is it two trail bridges? How are the bridges going to be provided for segment 12?
There's two adjacent trail bridges over the highway that are next to the rail bridges.
And they're included in the project, as
They're
part of the...
also included in the cost estimates in the project scope.
Okay, thank you. There's
a lot of
never-ending
bridges.
confusion that I hear about. So I just thought, that's how I understood it, but I just thought it would make sense to put it.
If I may also add that these two bridges, Caltrans had agreed to include them in their scope of work too, although they belong to the trail. But because they are in the state right-of-way, Caltrans had agreed to include them in the hybrid section
So the Caltrans project for the highway is going to include both the rail bridges and the trail bridges?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, just a couple of comments here. I agree with Commissioner Martinez's assessment here that I would like to see the agency grow to where we have the resources available. And I would be happy to support the option now that we go ahead and build the agency to it, but that it also makes a lot of sense that we phase it in and we do the hybrid approach. So I'd be supportive of that at this point, but I would like to have that conversation about building the agency's capabilities beyond that. And quite frankly, it's to you, Sarah, and all of your staff, because of the competence and the capabilities that you have proven and you've shown us, and we've been a bit of a delivery machine here lately, and it's because of your team that I feel confident that we could build the agency to a point where we have these kinds of capabilities. And I do agree that it would be beneficial to the entire region to do that. I mean, God knows that, in the thriving metropolis of Scotts Valley, we could use that kind of support. I don't have that kind of staff to take on a project. So I appreciate the commissioner's comments and look forward to the vote on that.
Commissioner Shepard.
I think it's definitely worth a discussion, and I support both Commissioner Clark and Martinez's comments. But let me point out, those positions will have to be paid for. And what that means is that Metro and the local jurisdictions will get less money, because the only way we can pay for them on an ongoing basis is through TDA. And so it may be, definitely, there may be benefits that make that worthwhile, but these are significant costs, and they're going to have to be paid. So I think it isn't before us now, and it is worth a discussion, but it's not a simple thing or an inexpensive thing to move forward with.
Just a point of clarification really quick. So you are correct if these were, say, administrative or, finance type of positions, but these are project delivery positions, and they would be funded through Measure D, Highway, Measure D, Active Transportation, and the grants that we've secured for the project for the duration of the project. And then, whatever future projects that we have, it would be funded by the project, not out of TDA specifically. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
And plus, Amin's going to save me $12 million on this project. I have every confidence in you, Amin. So.
I will try my best.
With that, we're going to take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Jensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Keeley? Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Commissioner Montesino?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
He just stepped out.
Commission Alternate Schifrin?
Aye.
Commissioner DeSerpa?
Aye.
Commissioner Koenig?
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Commissioner Quitos Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Leonor?
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
With that, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back because the next item is going to be also like a long conversation. So 10 minutes. It's almost 1, so 1:10. We'll be back at 1:10, and you can grab some snacks and sandwich in the back.
Run out of.
Now we have quorum. So 21 is the Santa Cruz Branch Line right of entry agreement with the City of Santa Cruz for Murray Street Bridge Project and temporary bicycle and pedestrian trail. Staff report.
Okay. Hi there, Director Christensen. Good afternoon. I am presenting this item on behalf of our real property specialist, Bella Cressman, who is at home with her newborn, and she had her baby. So I'm presenting this on behalf of Bella, and this is the item for the Santa Cruz Branch Rail Line right of entry agreement for the Murray Street Bridge project and temporary path. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background. Construction of the City of Santa Cruz Bridge project began in March of 2025 and is anticipated to complete in 2028. In August, we called a special meeting. This was a request by Commissioners Koenig, Cummings, and Keeley. And as part of that special meeting, the commission directed staff to negotiate a right of entry agreement with the City of Santa Cruz and facilitate the implementation in an expedited manner. Next slide. The City of Santa Cruz's proposal is to create a safe and accessible temporary bicycle and pedestrian trail utilizing the RTC-owned adjacent railroad bridge. The project is utilizing a portion of the Santa Cruz Branch Rail Line corridor right-of-way for construction, staging, access, and maintenance. Next slide. Here is a cross-section just showing the proposed configuration here. It's a temporary solution. This is a cross-section showing what it would look like at the approach to the bridge. So this temporary solution is proposed between Seabright and 7th Avenues. So this would be all the locations where the trail would be proposed with the exception of the bridge. Next slide. And this would be kind of the configuration of what the bridge would look like. Next slide. So the next steps, staff requested Progressive Rail, who is the federally designated common carrier of the Santa Cruz Branch Rail Line, approve a right of entry agreement allowing temporary use of the railroad bridge during construction. Progressive Rail has concerns about safety and liability, and staff will continue to facilitate discussions with the railroad to try to alleviate their concerns. Another piece of this is that City Council, my understanding is they have not taken action yet officially to move this proposed temporary bicycle pedestrian trail yet, and that they are planning to do so later this month. Next slide. So I'll just read the staff recommendation. Staff recommends that the commission authorize the executive director to execute a right of entry agreement with the City of Santa Cruz for the Maury Street Bridge seismic retrofit and barrier replacement project and a temporary pedestrian trail, and continue facilitating reviews and approvals by Progressive Rail for both the temporary use of the railroad bridge and the staging area along the Santa Cruz Branch rail line right-of-way. Next slide. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? No question? Commissioner Clark? I do.
Commissioner Quitos Carter has her hand up.
Okay.
You want to take that one first?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Quitos Carter.
Thank you. Yes, my question for Director Christensen, could you possibly elaborate on the concerns that Progressive Rail had and what the follow-up would to those concerns would look like?
Sure. So this, as you know, from the attachments in the agenda packet, we've been kind of trading correspondences with Progressive Rail, and it is an ongoing kind of discussion that we're having. Their concern was really safety and liability. So they, like any entity, has insurance, and they had some concerns about the insurability of this improvement, and that basically allowing something like this, which is way outside the box for a private railroad, understandably so, they have some concerns about it. And we're still working through those concerns. So some of the things that we're looking into is potentially getting like a special insurance policy, or the City of Santa Cruz is looking into that. And, our right of entry agreement language, as well as the Progressive Rail right of entry language, do require entities who are entering into the right of way to indemnify and hold harmless the two entities, RTC and Progressive. So that's our concern. We're hoping that we could continue to work through it.
I'm sorry, I'm still not understanding. What can you specify what the safety concerns are and what the liability is? It's still not super clear to me.
It's also not quite clear to staff either. So, we are a public agency. City of Santa Cruz is a public agency, and public safety is obviously at the utmost priority for both of our agencies. So I do find it a little odd to have a private railroad to express kind of concerns about, not having a safe facility when, the city and the RTC staff, obviously that's a very high priority for us, so.
Could you tell me what specifically they cited as their concern?
They were not specific, but there is a letter attached to the staff report from Progressive Rail, and that is all that I know at this time.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Schiffern.
Yeah, just two real quick. So it's my understanding that, of course, the City of Santa Cruz would look to indemnify the RTC on this. That notwithstanding, we could still get drug into if there was a failure or breach of the safety plan, somebody wandering home from Brady's bar falls over the rail or whatever, and next thing you know is we're getting sued. We could get drug into that potentially. Am I correct?
You could. The RTC could be named, but we would tender that claim to the city for defense and indemnity. pursuant to their agreement to defend and indemnify both us and Progressive.
Great. All right, and that's exactly what I was hoping to surface with that. What leverage or what threats do we face from Progressive? Not like super theoretical, but what could they do if we decided to disregard their concerns and move forward with this anyway?
So with the commission's consideration, part of the answer, that's really a topic covered in closed session. If I may reserve a bit on that. We do not believe that with regards to the proposed temporary use of the bridge area, that is what would be called the material interference with the operation of the railroad, because it's not operating in that section right now anyway. And so what they could try to do is assert a breach of contract claim against us.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Schifrin.
I just want a couple of things. I just want to clarify. One of them is I want to clarify what provisions the commission has with the city in terms of removing the, since it's a temporary use until the justification is until the Merge Street Bridge reopens. What are the plans for removing the trail?
Our right of entry agreement language includes provisions that the entity, or the city in this case, has to restore the rail line to pre-construction condition. So that would include removal.
So the right of entry, was that in our agenda packet?
Correct.
It was. Oh, I didn't get as far. I didn't get to see that, I guess, or forgot. The other question I have has to do with Commissioner Clark's questions. And I did sort of raise the concern to you when we met about how it is a little strange to have an item on the agenda that could potentially provide some liability and then have the closed session discussion of that liability after the commission votes on the agenda item. So I'm still a little concerned, and maybe our attorney can answer, what's the rationale of having us consider this matter after we vote on it? Usually you try to consult your attorney before you take an action on something rather than after, if there are potential liabilities.
So the closed session is broader than just this issue. And so that's part of the reason why it hasn't happened yet. The commission has the ability to go into closed session and hold this item and take action on it after the closed session if you wish to do that. There is.
Can you speak closer to the mic so we can?
Yeah, sorry. So what I was saying is that the closed session is broader than just this issue. And so if the commission wanted to go into closed session and hold off on action on this until after the closed session, we could just reconvene afterwards. We don't believe that's necessary in this instance because the staff report for this item does talk about working with Progressive Rail to get their concurrence, which is one way to accomplish this. And so if that was the case, there wouldn't be a liability issue because they would be in agreement. And the second part is that we don't believe that specifically with relation to this temporary bridge, that would be that there is a reasonable argument that would be a breach of the contract. So that's why we believe the commission can consider this now. But the commission has the right to delay consideration of this item until after the closed session, if that's the desire of the commission.
Any other questions? Commissioner Jensen.
Yeah, a question just about the design in the cross-section shown. It says asphalt, concrete optional. Who makes that decision? And when is that decision made?
I have the City of Santa Cruz Public Works Director here in the audience who could probably shed a little bit more light on that since it's his project. So thank you, Nathan Nguyen, Director of Public Works, City of Santa Cruz.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Afternoon, Commission. Nathan Wen, Director of Public Works for the City of Santa Cruz. It will be determined the finish of the actual trail path once we take it out to bid to determine the cost of it. The way it's designed right now is to include a AC cap on top of base rock. We think it's a more robust design that will last a couple of years, which is essentially what we have left on the project. But we will, if approved, proceed on seeing what the full cost is, but we're estimating at $1.2 million.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to provide it out to the public. Would like the public to weigh on this item of the agenda?
Hi, guys. So this is Jessica Evans again. I'd just like the RTC, any movement that you make on this, I'd like you to make sure that you specify that the city is not to do anything that will cause the branch rail line to lose its status in the federal corridor ID program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lori Negro, and I'm the owner of Betty Burgers on Seabright, and I'm here representing my business along with other businesses that couldn't be here because they're working. And just to implore you to move forward with this project. As you know, business is way down in our area. Losing 17,000 cars a day is massive. Losing pedestrians and bikes also contributes. So we would just really like you to consider opening that and hope that that will help us in our, desire to stay in business. I've heard from many of my customers throughout this closure nightmare that it would be great if they could walk or bike from one side to the other. It will benefit our side and it will benefit the other side. So it's really both. And we need all the help we can get. 3 years of a bridge closure is a long time, but most of us believe that we are really in jeopardy of not lasting through that. So I appreciate your time, your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. We've heard that the bridge will open to some traffic in February. I just wanted to clarify anything about that because that might solve part of the problem. My family are walkers and bikers, and we live in Live Oak, and my son walks regularly, actually went to Betty's Burgers, walked across the bridge. There's an informal concrete and gravel path that enables people to walk now. So really the safest route for cyclists, which again, I bike a lot, is through Arana Gulch. And the primary loss is really the drivers, because we can walk and bike to get to that side and back. Progressive has denied allowing the rail bridge to be used for this temporary trail, but one of my biggest concerns is a temporary trail is really expensive, close to $2 million for this 3,000-foot gravel trail, which would not necessarily be ADA compliant and would not address the greatest challenge, which is the car traffic. I think it says something about having to provide more active transportation, which is safer.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for that.
I'm Paula Bradley. Like everybody, I have a lot of questions about the cost of doing this temporary fix. I completely support the businesses, and it seems tragic what's happening to those businesses. But there was mention of some data about users in the staff report, I think it was. I kind of wondered what kind of data they had. And, one speaker said that people said they'll walk. But I'm also wondering, when the lane opens on Murray Street Bridge, will that allow bicyclists to move through Murray Street Bridge with the one lane if it's opened? Would it be one way or two way during the day? So I just have a lot of questions about it and concerned about the expense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saladin Sale. I appreciated the question about the removal of this, quote, temporary bridge, and appreciated the comment that the right of entry would include a restoration of the bridge to the pre-construction condition. And just wanted to urge the commission to make sure that that agreement did include a date certain for such restoration, so that it's not a someday maybe, whenever we have extra money lying around. I think we all can sympathize with small business owners in the present economic conditions where they're suffering for a number of reasons. But why not consider just transferring money to those owners in lieu of the bridge?
With that, seeing nobody else in the chambers, can you go online?
Yes. David loves public transit. David?
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, I could definitely see the appeal of using the bridge this way, but it sort of just fails some kind of a sniff test that since it's going to be open to pedestrian traffic in February sometime and closed very briefly after that. So it sort of just raises questions. Why go to all this effort when it's pedestrians and bikes will be available again pretty soon anyway? Thank you, that's all.
Kevin McGuire?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yes, I support opening this. I bike and I walk, and obviously this is not safe or legal to cross right now until these things are put in place. So as we all know, the shortest way to get to point A to point B is a straight line. And yes, we can all go around. You can drive a car about 5 minutes around. But having this connection to both sides of the community is really, really important. And these businesses really count on this. So please do everything you can to help the community, the residents, and the businesses. Thank you.
Patry or Patricia?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Patrice Boyle. I'm calling from La Costa Restaurant on Seabright Avenue. People say, oh, cars can go, you can drive around, you can ride your bike around Arana Gulch, you can walk across the bridge already. We need a safe and legal way for pedestrians to move through this, and we need every possible benefit that can be had for the businesses that are down there. I represent a lot of the businesses down there. Days Market, people are not driving through. Days Market is dying. Java Junction is dying. It's not fair for the city to put this in the county and the community to make us pay for this. We need help now. Thank you for doing this.
Brian Peoples?
Hi, this is Brian Peoples with Trail Now. Absolutely support moving forward with this. Really appreciate Mayor Keeley's efforts to work this. Appreciate that. And then I just want to mention, it's kind of the elephant in the room, that we have a Minnesota company owning the rights of our property, of our transportation corridor. So I think we should really step back and learn from our experience here of how our community is being burdened by these restrictions from this freight operator out of Minnesota. We really need to address that at a larger effort and really end that, because it's not appropriate to have them owning the rights to this primary corridor, transportation corridor, that is so valuable that we're all realizing it. So thanks again for your time.
David Dean?
Yes, I'd like to say that it's very funny to me that so many of the people who are supporting this temporary pedestrian and cycling trail are the very same people who spoke out against segments 8 and 9 that would build a pedestrian and cycling trail. It's very frustrating. I also think that it's very short-sighted to try and build this when the bridge will be partially open soon. Why didn't we investigate running a trolley across? It is a rail line. That's the perfect use for it. It would allow both cyclists and pedestrians to get back and forth across very easily. That's the much simpler solution. Thank you.
Jack Brown?
Hi, I do support agenda item 21. I think it's kind of unfortunate that Friends of the Rail Trail members that have spoken already and Progressive Rail attempt to throw obstacles into this, but it's good to hear that the RTC is going to try to work with them. Progressive Rail continues to oppose this limited temporary and community-minded use of the corridor, even though freight activity is more than 12 miles away and in no way interferes with their operations in this area. The corridor north of Watsonville and up to the boardwalk hasn't seen a train in 3,248 days. Their resistance should not prevent public from using public right-of-way to meet the urgent local transportation and safety needs and help these businesses in the Seabright area. I urge the RTC to exercise its authority as corridor owner, secure the necessary insurance coverage, and allow the city to move forward without unnecessary delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no other speakers.
I'll bring him back for appropriate motion from the commission.
Move the staff recommendation.
Second.
So it's been moved and second. I see no other discussion. Oh, Commissioner Schifrin.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the public comment about the removal of the trail at the end of the period, because I did miss it in the right of entry, but I did find it finally after we spoke, and it under the right of termination, right to terminate section 11, it says, upon termination of this agreement, licensee shall commence to remove all of its personal property from the property and restore the property to the condition it was in before the commencement of this agreement within 30 days, reasonable where accepted. So I think there is a legal commitment through the right of entry to restore it, and there are other provisions that do indicate that it will be a temporary change.
Thank you. With that, can I get a roll call?
Commissioner Quitos Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Commissioner Koenig?
Aye.
Commissioner DeSerpa?
Aye.
Commissioner Alternate Schifrin?
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Commissioner Montesino?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
A Betty Burger Texas two-step with sweet potato fries, aye.
Commissioner Keeley?
Aye.
And Commissioner Jensen?
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
With that, number 22 is review of items to discuss in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have two closed sessions today, items 23 and 24. One related to initiation of litigation, the other one exposure to litigation, each two cases. And there may be a reportable action today.
Thank you with that. Without any public comment? Seeing none, we'll adjourn till we get back.
We have to come back.
Yeah, we have to come back if there's something. Two more? We always need two more.
I had to postpone 3 meetings. They scheduled stuff. I told them not to schedule an RTC because I've been here since I like this. I think the limit is 540 or something.
What'd you guys do with our fan club?
So we're back, and we're going to report out of a closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had two closed session items. The first item, which was initiation of litigation, there was no reportable action. For the second item, which was exposure to litigation, the commission authorized staff and the committee to work with the interested parties on a potential resolution to avoid litigation. And that was a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that adjournment.